get you, Barbara.
When there's no more room in hell.
What's up, everybody? Happy Saturday night to you all. Hope you are doing well. Tonight I have a very, very special guest. And if you guys, as fans, if you know anything about this film, there's a pretty good chance you learned some of it from the guy sitting over here next to me. Coming to us all the way from the land of the rising sun, all the way from Japan. This dude, it's like, what, noon there, you said? It's like right at noon.
But anyway, greetings, programs.
Norman England, everybody.
Thanks for having me on. I don't think I've really talked on YouTube in years about George and about his films and stuff like that. So, no, it's nice to. I don't know. Yeah, like you said, I'm very. I've been living in Japan for 32 years now, going on 33.
Wow.
And so I'm very involved with Japanese cinema here, especially Godzilla. I worked on 5 Godzilla movies 20-something years ago. So my 2 big things are like, they seem like kind of odd bed partners, but Godzilla and George Romero stuff. But, the movies of Romero have, we can get into it if you're interested, but have been, my
if
life
I'm interested.
My life would not be what it is today, for better or for worse, if it wasn't for George's movies. And actually, I'll probably be jumping around because that's how my scattered brain is. But a couple of years ago, I do a lot of Romero stuff in Japan for the Japanese market, and that was something that I was happy to discover when I came here, that Japan is one of the big Romero countries. In a lot of ways, the fans here, I don't think they're as many as in the US, but they're as passionate for his work. He's considered a major filmmaker here. We even had amusement park cinema screenings here, throughout Japan, which I don't even think the US got,
I was curious about that. I was curious about how George was perceived over in Japan as opposed to here in the US. In the US, George is mostly the zombie guy. He's a horror director, but most of the people know him as just the zombie guy. So I was curious of how George, the filmmaker, was perceived.
Well, I don't think it's much different. He's considered, the zombie guy. But also, like in the US, when Dawn of the Dead came out in Japan, and actually it opened in Japan before it opened in the US. It opened in February of 1979 in a kind of, as I've written online, a kind of odd version, a bastard version of the Argento cut. So then the Japanese, because Dario Argento, if you know, he controlled, I think, the non-English speaking market for the film. So Argento controlled Dawn of the Dead in Japan. So then the Japanese got his cut of the film, and then they edited it further to do things like, it's probably online somewhere, but they, like in the beginning in the apartment building, when the zombie bites, Miguel bites the woman on the neck, they just freeze it, on that spot, and then the audio continues. And I guess when a couple of years ago in 2019, we did a 40th anniversary revival of it. And I invited Ken and Galen out for it. It was very successful. And they did the first screening of that version since like 92. But unfortunately, no prints remain of that original cut. So they had to recreate the way it was based on this crappy camcorder that some Japanese fan took in the cinema here in 79. Japan, they had like camcorders in the 70s, when Japan was really like the major, electronic. It's kind of fallen behind, Korea and stuff like that. But no, and the opening, I'm sure the opening, they have this kind of explanation with this explosion going on. And I had to rewrite that based on like trying to figure out what it said originally, in the year 19XX, trying to figure out what they had written on the screen. And I tried to throw in some bad Japanese English grammar because, everyone knows how that it is. But
no, was that the same cut, like the because I watched, because it's on YouTube. There's a TV cut of like a Japanese television cut that has like all music from Goblin,
I think, like,
Suspiria and all that.
and stuff. Yeah, that was like, yeah, that's another weird Japanese, and it was on TV, in like the early 80s. I mean, that's like unbelievable, and so like in America, I mean, the thing about Dawn of the Dead was, like, when it came out, nobody had ever seen a film like that before. My own history, if I can go there, is like, I been a fan of Romero's work for freaking 50 years. over over but when that movie came out, I mean, you could say it gave people permission to do cinema like this. The effects that Tom did. And I have to say also, like, I don't really think that George, I know he wanted graphic stuff, but he wasn't really, that was really Savini's contribution to the look of the film. And if I'm remembering correctly, I think when they did the head blasting scene, George's comment was like, "Oh, so that's what this is going to be about." Like, and that was really, like, I always look at Dawn as, like, certain movies, when you look at them, it might be an actor's film, it might be a director's film or a writer's film, but this movie was really, the major forces in the film are George and Tom. They're the ones that really, I think they're both responsible for what we got. But then with the other additions, the cast is wonderful. The cast is wonderful. The extras are wonderful. The music is incredible. I remember seeing Dawn the first time and, like, what is this music? I'd never heard music like on that before. That was really, I'll tell you a funny story about that too. So, because like I said, I'm going to be jumping all over the place, but I was, like, so desperate for the soundtrack, especially the mall, the Muzak stuff. So I was living in a place called Rockland County, and Rockland County is like 45 minutes outside of Manhattan. So I was desperate for the soundtrack. So I drove into a place called Colony Records, which is on 49th and Broad, which is long gone, but it was like one of the big record stores there, and they had a big soundtrack section. Ironically, I wound up working in the same building in the 80s, like a couple years later. It's called the Brill Building, which is a big, Saturday Night Live has their office on the top floor, so it's kind of legendary building. And so I went to Colony, I got a copy of it, I rushed home. I'm like, what is this music? There's only 3.
I had the same exact experience, because I remember when I first saw Dawn of the Dead and I was listening to the music, and of course you're listening for the gonk and you're listening for Because I'm a Man, and you're like, wow, this music, where can I find this music? So we had a little, like, in one of our local malls, they had it was a store called Sound Shop, and they had one of those little kiosks where you could go and just look up any CD, anything you wanted to find, and just listen to it on headphones. You could hear like a 30-second clip. So I go and I'm looking, Dawn of the Dead, and there it is, Dawn of the Dead soundtrack. I'm like, oh yeah, there we go. I'm gonna start play. The first track is like, oh, I know this song. Right. Second track, I know this song.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, it's like, this is great. Third track is like, this sounds kind of familiar, but I don't know, it's a little off. Because then it's like, Safari and Torta Fascia or whatever, and it's like, well, these sound kind of like those songs, and then you start getting deeper into it, and you're like, I don't remember any of this from the verse, because I'd never seen the European cut at that point, so I was just very
you get
confused.
To side 2 to show my age. You get to side 2, and then it has the Hunt, is on there. So it's like, wait, I know that one. That's my favorite song. I mean, that song.
And then you get like the weird piano, like the melodic piano music, and you're like, this doesn't, I don't know, man. But it didn't stop me. I would still go every weekend. I'd go there just to listen to those 30-second clips, because this is like it wasn't pre-eBay, but it was pre me knowing how to use eBay. So, and it's like, you couldn't go to Walmart and pick up, the Dawn of the Dead soundtrack on CD back then. So I would just go every weekend and just listen to those little 30-second clips over and over again. And it helped that I was in a mall too. It was kind of cool. But
I think it was out of print by that time anyway.
Yeah, it was.
CD and but I was going to tell you an interesting story. So, like, me and my girlfriend at the time, I mean, we both got into Dawn. or I pulled her into Dawn, and so she also wanted like the other cuts that aren't on that. So she called up Richard Rubenstein's office and she spoke to him. I mean, I guess that's when he used to answer the phone and stuff, So New Amsterdam, I guess they're just like on Broadway. Where were they? Like 29th Street or something like that.
Yeah,
So
I think
she
so.
called him up and he's like, "Yeah, the soundtrack out, Marie Sarabon. You can buy it in the store." She goes, "Yeah, I know, but it doesn't have. There's hardly any of the music." And he goes, "That's all there is," and hung up the phone on her.
Sounds like Richard. Sounds like Richard.
Yeah, I have another Richard story. I was walking down Broadway with my girlfriend. God, this had to be like 87. And I'm like, oh, and we got right up to where the office door. We're just walking down because I lived on St. Mark's and 3rd Avenue, which is, I don't know if you know Manhattan very well. It's like Broadway kind of goes weird down. And then 3rd Avenue at that point is just like where I was on St. Mark's Place is just like a block or two away. And we're just like strolling one afternoon from Times Square, like 40 something blocks walking, but but anyway, we get right up to this New Amsterdam. I'm going, oh, this is where the producer of Dawn of the Dead's office is, Richard Rubenstein. And the moment I said that, he came walking out of the door. And I'm just like, oh, I'm not a stalker. I didn't say anything, I'm not a stalker or whatever, but I mean, this is all, back in the 80s.
So this is like right around the 80s.
85, I guess. Had to be.
So this had been right around the end of his relationship with George, then, I guess.
Right. No, I mean, so
I've never met Richard, so I don't know, but I've heard stories, and I've heard, you just kind of get a vibe from him from different people that I have worked with. But there's some people that work with him that say that he's totally fine, but I don't know.
I might be the only person with his autograph.
Really?
And I don't know if you know this. Okay, well, here's, I have to say, let me just kind of backtrack a little. So I got into George Romero's film through, of course, Night of the Living Dead. It was the only movie that I really knew of, and I didn't see it in '68, but I knew of it because I was reading Famous Monsters. I was 9 years old at the time, so I'm reading Famous Monsters of Filmland, and there's a magazine called Castle of Frankenstein, and in Castle of Frankenstein they had this little synopsis of Night of the Living Dead that was like this big. I must have read that thing like 100 times. Like it was just like the scariest thing I'd ever read. And then there was some guy in the neighborhood who was like, yeah, I saw the movie. It's one of these things like, he tasted the forbidden fruit, and he was like, he telling us the whole story. When you're a kid and, like some older guy is like, an older guy, what I mean is like 13 years old, so
yeah. When you're a kid, 13 is a damn near adult.
The shit out of me. We were like fishing somewhere, and he's trying to scare the shit out of me and my friends, and it was, and it really worked. And then finally, Night came onto TV in New York, and I guess it was like 73. I think it was 73, 72, 73, and I used to babysit for someone down the road, so it was on TV. So I started watching it, and I'm like, oh my God, this is so incredible. And they came home right in the middle of the film. But luckily, I mean, they're driving me home, but I mean, literally, I was like 3 minutes away by car. I could have run home, really. But I'm like, okay, let's get to the car. We get to the car, zoom home, zoom back. And luckily, my dad is watching Night of the Living Dead on TV. So I guess I missed like maybe like 8 to 10 minutes, of the film.
Yeah.
But that was like, and then the next day at school, that was like, did you see that movie? I mean, all the guys are talking about it. And those are the versions that I've never seen. I don't think anyone has made a copy of it, but when you would get, I forgot his name right now, the newscaster on, you'd probably notice that
Chuck
they would
Craig.
they would put a dramatization under him.
It's like War of the World.
No, I mean, that's totally what it was. So anytime he was on, it's hard for us to believe what we're reporting, but that does seem to be, every time he was on, it was like a dramatization was under that, which was.
Well, you didn't really see a lot of that in movies back then, where it would portray the situation in such a realistic way that they would have like a newscast, like, a legit newscast going on in the movie. Somebody could just stumble across that flipping through channels and then just freak the fuck out and lose.
That's what happened with the War of the Worlds thing, the Orson Welles thing. But for me, actually, he's the one that brings the reality to the film. His performance in that film is what really makes the film different from everything else. I mean, I was really happy that I went 10 years ago to the 2018 screening of Night of the Living Dead in Pittsburgh.
Mm-hmm.
The 50th anniversary thing, and he was there in a wheelchair, and I got to luckily thank him for that wonderful performance. Because it's like I said, I mean, he's actually my favorite character in the film, and he gives my favorite performance.
He's
so
he's
real.
great. Yeah, he's great.
So, I mean, that's never, watching that on TV back in '72, never saw anything like that. I mean, Night of the Living Dead. I mean, it also, like Dawn of the Dead, changed everything. Up to Night of the Living Dead, all we were getting were all these like Dracula films, Frankenstein films. We weren't really we were getting all this gothic stuff, which I love, but there wasn't this sort of like, American horror thing. Seeing Night of the Living Dead, and even for myself, more so with Dawn of the Dead, it was like, oh my God, all the zombies, these are people that I know. That you look at it and I know a guy that looks like this. People don't dress like they did back then, but back then it was like, that's how we all dress. That's how the mall looks. That's how everything is. And now people dress slightly differently, but it was really,
you weren't used to seeing that kind of like modernity in especially horror movies. And it's like you're saying with Chuck Craig, it's like the whole newscast thing. That, to me, that's where Night of the Living Dead starts to really separate itself. Like when the radio broadcast first, when he turns the radio on, because that's they're trapped in this house, and the best way to demonstrate what a phenomenon is going on outside of those walls, radio, television, just like. It's like right now we're in the middle of a huge snowstorm here. We're about to be buried under a foot of snow here in Indiana. But for me, I've been watching all day, just watching the weather, just seeing like, okay, are things changing? Is that, I don't know what's going on, a couple miles down the road. I can't get out, So that's the television is our connection to the outside world in situations like that. And I think Night of the Living Dead is one of the first films that I can think of that really taps into that.
It was I mean, I wonder about younger people who weren't, what I mean, like their relationship with the media now is more through social media, where they get their news through social media, they get their news through that. And and George tapped in on that with Diary of the Dead, which I really disliked when it first came out, but then I grew to, I didn't really understand, what his point was. And,
I always say like, that's one of those.
But now I that's actually my favorite of the three from back then.
Oh, okay.
Oddly enough, know.
Yeah, I remember watching that for the first time, and there's the scenes where there's a zombie attack and the guy's just sitting there filming it and not helping or doing anything. And at the time, because we're thinking 2008, we still had flip phones, but at the time it was like, oh, that's so unrealistic. Like nobody would do that. They'd put the camera down and help or do something. Now we see it all over the place. Now it's like any disaster, like it's somebody out there with their phone, like, oh, we got to record
I could save you right now, but do you know how many hits I'll get from this?
Exactly. And like weirdly enough, George was ahead of the curve on that.
So I mean, there are things that I can bitch about the film, but I mean, really, what stood the test of time are his first three films. The first three zombie films. And it's a shame, that, I still maintain that the original script for Day, which would have ended, the so-called zombie plague. I mean, that's the one I wish someone would get off their friggin' ass and make that film, make that script. I mean, I read that script before I saw, before Day of the Dead came out. I'm not going to mention names, but Roy Frumkus, I was able to get a copy from a teacher at New York School of Visual Art. And I read it. I was like, oh my God, this is so great. This is like, there was like, so you went from the house to the mall to like a village, this like corrupt village, training super zombies, and they're all like, amoral people. And I mean, I just found it so fascinating. And then I remember I was at a Fangoria convention and they were debuting the trailer for Day of the Dead, and Tom was a guest at this show too. So they're showing it, and I was still under the impression it was going to be the script that I had read.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so I was like going ape shit for this thing, you know, like holy crap, I can't, you know, they're doing it, you know, they're doing it. And I have to say, you know, like people today, I mean, you don't know really what it was like in these kind of, you know, the movies were so spread out between each other, you know, like Night, and then it took 10 years for Dawn, you know, and we didn't know when is Day going to come out. And I remember looking in an issue of Heavy Metal magazine, you know, the adult comic type of thing.
Mm-hmm.
They had, like, on the first panel was like some people hanging out, and you know, in like a big, not a shopping mall, but like a big outdoor, it's kind of science fiction-y, you know, the future somewhere. And it had on a theater behind it, it's like the George Romero zombie trilogy, Night, Dawn, and Day. And Day hasn't come out yet. I'm like, will that day ever come out where all three movies can be, you know, seen at the same time? You know, of course now it's come to pass, but
Mm-hmm.
you know, I mean, those, you know, those first three, you know, I mean, I still, you know, I don't even know how many times I've seen each one. Dawn, I used to actually keep track of how, you know, how many times I saw it in the movie theater.
I think
And
about that all the time. I'm like, because I just watched it again today. Just
really, yeah.
yeah, every now and then I'll just put it on and I'll just get sucked in. I'll watch it from start to finish.
No, I don't watch it religiously, excuse me, like I used to, but I do have, because I have a bunch of crap here that I can, you can laugh at me. This is, I have to say, I was pretty obsessed with Dawn of the Dead, and then my obsession went over to the Monroeville Mall. But I have like a list here that I had typed up of all the times I had seen the film.
That's amazing.
And I mean, yeah, so I mean, actually, and I have to admit this, I didn't see Dawn on the first run. I was living in Las Vegas in 1979, and I was into music, I was into rock, I was into punk rock. I wanted to, you know, be a musician. You know, I've been playing piano since I was 8, and, you know, guitar for several years. And my dad was kind of like, you know, you're 19, why are you still living at home? You know, which is like, my dad was very liberal, but very like Midwestern at the same time. You know, you're out of the home by 19, and you're working, and you're married. You know, I mean, it's a much different world today. You know, kids stay home a lot later, you know, and it's,
oh yeah,
I mean, it's just the way the world, that's how it was back then. So I said, okay. And I just wound up moving to Vegas. So it's such a ridiculous thing to do, you know. I just worked at like fast food places, but I was still trying to get something going with music and stuff. You know, I was thinking like, oh, maybe I could be a guitar player at a casino, you know, or something like that. I don't know what I was 19.
Just back up a crooner somewhere, you know.
Yeah, I try not to think about it. But my brother called me up, and what in the 70s we had gotten our hands on a Super 8 sound version of Night of the Living Dead. It was 5 reels, 400 foot each reel, and we would watch Night over and over. It was the entire film, you know, a bootleg copy of it on Super 8 film, and we would show it at school. We would show it, like we were like spreading the gospel with this.
Mm-hmm.
You know, we showed it at churches. You know, we showed it any place that would allow us to like show, you know, to tell people about the glory of Night of the Living Dead. But when I got to Vegas, I was like, kind of like, you know, where's my head at? You know, I'm drifting out of the science fiction and the horror stuff, even though, you know, Star Wars had opened 77. I was a big sci-fi fan, but I was kind of getting out of horror stuff. And my brother called me. He's like, oh my God, there's a sequel to Night of the Living Dead out. It's called Dawn of the Dead. You see people being ripped open. And I'm like, why would I want to see a movie like that? You know, I mean, like, give me a break. I'm not seeing that.
It's a way to sell the movie.
So then I moved back to New York in January of 1980, and then Dawn came. They did they started doing revivals. So as I have down here, is February of 1980. So me, my brother, and my girlfriend, we all went to a midnight screening of Dawn together. You know, okay, you know, fine. you know. So I think we got high beforehand, and the cops came by. I kind of navigated around that, and so we get there. We're at the theater. Okay, great. You know, I mean, I'm a big movie fan. I watch movies all the time. So my brother's sitting next to me. We're watching this film, and I'm like, what am I seeing? I've never seen a movie like this before. What is this narrative? It's like it like feels like it's happening, and the chaos in the opening scene, this music, you know, the apartment building, like they're at the mall. I'm you know what I'm talking about. I mean, this movie is completely nuts. I mean, it's nuts in a good way, you know,
Yeah.
it's a miracle of a movie, you know. I've never seen anything like this before. And then when we get to, you know, the truck scene, you know, they're getting the first trucks, and you know, they had the fiasco and Roger's losing his mind, and then right when he's in the truck and he looks at the camera and he goes, "Perfect, baby, perfect." I turned to my brother and I said, "This is my favorite movie." I mean, I haven't even seen it to the ending. I just knew right then that this is the most incredible movie, you know, that I've ever seen. I'm not saying it's the best movie ever made, but it is, for me, the best movie, you know, ever made. You know, I mean, it really, and like I said, you know, I mean, it pushed all the right buttons. I mean, and Romero's very subtle critique of American consumerism was not lost on me. You know, I
Mm-hmm.
mean, I was really, you know, it really opened my eyes to a lot of the hypocrisy, you know, of American culture. And this, you know, we've got to consume, 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 even though it doesn't really make us happy or do anything for us, in much the same way that the zombies are consuming human meat. But I mean, it's not like they're going to die. They're already dead. I mean, it's just, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
They're just consuming for the sake of consuming. Why do they come here? Why do, you know, they don't even know themselves. We don't even know, you know, we've been so trained to buy stuff to keep this machine going. You know, it was really, for me, a complete eye opener, you know. So, you know, really, I got home, I was so blown away. And what they used to do back then, like Dawn used to come every like 2 months or so and do 2 weekends, Friday, Saturday, midnight show, Friday, Saturday. So it's playing the next night. And I really wanted to go, but I was just still in such a state of shock. I mean, even like the morning after, I stumbled into the kitchen, and I'm like, my mom's like, "Are you okay?" I mean, this is what an impact this movie had on me. And I'm like, I don't, I, something happened last night. I can't even explain. And she's like, "Are you doing drugs?" I'm like, well, well, I don't know if you consider marijuana
Yes.
a drug, but I mean, no, I'm not doing drugs, Mom, you know. But I mean, I was too freaked out to go and see it the next day. But then, like a couple days later, I'm like, I've got to see this movie again. I've got to see this movie again. However, it didn't come back. You know, the next time it came back, I have it, was in '81 in April. It played at the Rivoli Theater in Manhattan, which is
Mm.
right where I wound up working in the Brill Building, 49th and Broadway. And you've probably seen photos of like the billboard from the
Yeah,
Rivoli.
I was gonna ask you about that because I remember hearing you talk about this theater.
Yeah, this is actually the flip side of this is the back side, because the way Broadway goes, Broadway comes down, and this is the Seventh Avenue side.
Okay.
Have you
I
ever seen the
remember
photos when Day of the Dead was here, in the billboard on that? Because I got another great story with that. Because this is right where I worked. Then I wound up working on the other side of the street. This is the back side of the
okay.
Rivoli.
Well, I always remember seeing this in because I just love the artwork. I was just like, that's the coolest thing. I remember hearing Rivoli, and I remember hearing you talk about when you were on the GARF network, on the global GARF stream that they did, and you said you saw it at the Rivoli, and I was like, that sounds so familiar. So I went back and looked at this photo. And I was like, that's the Rivoli Theater. Is that the theater that he's talking about? So yeah, I guess it is.
Yeah,
I
and
was
then
wanting to ask you about
it was bought by United Artists, so it's not really. I don't think at this time it was like officially the Rivoli anymore, but it was. We always call it the Rivoli Theater, you know,
that.
even
Hmm.
when it was the UA. And then what UA wound up doing was they split it in half, and they made a double screening, a double theater. So yeah, but then I saw it again. So this is in April, and I went 2 times. I drove in twice to see the film. And well, I kind of feel like it was over a year I didn't get to see it for a second time. And just the images, I mean, I just like
Yeah.
would
Because
just
this would have been before VHS, right? Because
oh,
VHS
well, I
wouldn't
mean,
have come out
VHS
in
is out,
'83,
and
right?
here's another thing, like with Rubinstein, films are coming out on VHS. When is Dawn coming out? When is Dawn coming out? And finally, I saw in Fangoria, Rubinstein made a stick, and we've assessed the VHS market, and now we feel the time is right. So that was the end of '83 is when VHS finally came out.
It's funny.
already
It's everything that everybody's talking about now. It's like some things just never change with Richard. It's like everybody now in the U.S. is like, when are we going to get another Dawn release? Because we haven't had one in the
No,
U.S.
it's
since that
insane.
Anchor Bay 2007
Oh, it's
Blu-ray.
insane. Yeah,
And
we have
so
more releases in Japan of Dawn of the Dead because it's going through the Argento side.
yeah,
But yeah, then after that, I started seeing Dawn regularly, like I said, and actually you want to see how completely crazy I am. I made a graph chart here of all the times that I saw Dawn. So you can kind of see like that little bump on the bottom is when I saw it the first time. And then when I started seeing it, I started going and going and going and going and going. And I guess my peak here, let me see what that is. So my peak is, I guess, 1983. And I saw 21 times that month. And that year, I guess, for a total of 42 times. And then
you got to publish this. You got to publish this. You got to just make a book. Just every time you saw Dawn of the Dead, post a graph, post it all, man. That's awesome.
But I unfortunately I kind of lost track at some point when I moved to Japan. So I mean, I'm up there around 350 viewings of the film. But I mean, I was my main obsession time, and believe me, if I could flip my camera around, I have a giant poster of my favorite frame in Dawn, which is when they go up and they're like, when there's no more room in hell, when they say that. And there's this shot where you can see the stretch of the mall, which is completely like to their right. So it's not what they're looking at, but you've got the Equibank, Brown Derby, Kenny Cardan, it's just looking down to where the fountain is. So when we did the event in 2019, we blew it up at the biggest size possible, and after the event I took it home and I got it on my wall right here. So I look up, it's my favorite frame.
That's incredible.
If you know what the frame I'm talking about,
yeah,
and you can see the bench over there, and I got a kind of funny story, because I've been to the mall, as you have my calendar, and
definitely want to talk to you about that.
The mall would close at like 10, and then but the Brown Derby would stay open, become a pickup bar at night, and be open till like 1 a.m. or 2 a.m. I probably have it written down somewhere. But like the Brown Derby, like the entrance that you see here is a fake entrance. Like if you were looking at my calendar where you can see the Brown Derby above the ice skating rink. That's the real entrance. That's where you go in to the store. The spot that you see in the film from the outside, that's the entrance when you go in to get dinner or whatever. And then on that other side, by the like I said, next to Equibank is like a kind of facade entrance on the thing. Me and my brother, we had dinner one night right next to that entrance there. And my brother's such a goofball. My brother, when our food comes in, my brother's like, even though that
the waiter goes, this is just for the two of you, and
for the two of you. But so anyway, so one night, like I was there. I guess my brother was inside talking to some girls or something, and I came out and I walked out here. It's exactly like in the film. Nobody's here. All the stores are the same. So I sat on that bench. I kind of smoked a little bit right there, like, oh, this is so incredible. Like, it was such a perfect moment. Like, you'll never be able to recapture that. And then me and my brother were there again. And then I went to do the same thing again, but I went and there was a guard man a guard sitting right on the bench there, and he's like, "Excuse me, the mall is closed. What are you doing here?" I'm like, "Oh, wait, is this how I get out of here? Is this, like,
It's like
sir,
you
excuse me,
probably already
yes,
know that mall better than the guard does, but Well, I wanted to ask you. You talk about the mall. We talk about the calendar you just did, which is amazing. I just dropped a video on it earlier this week, really
I saw
going
it.
through
Thank
it,
you.
and absolutely loved it. But I'm so curious about how because you first what year did you first visit the mall?
Yeah, I visited. Well, here's the thing about the mall. Nobody knew where it was. This is the thing.
Right,
Like,
yeah.
I would go to Fangoria events, and people would be like, "Where's the mall?" I don't know. And I would hear things like someone said to me, "I think it was shot in Texas, at some mall in Texas." Other people were like, "They built it just for the film." I'm like, "Really? That's like amazing." I mean, but back then we didn't think of budgets. Like
Yeah.
today, everyone's like an amateur producer and the budgets come out. So, movies were just movies. We weren't even like really aware of directors. Everyone's like, "Who's directing this? What's going on?" I mean, back then, movies would come out and maybe somebody like Hitchcock, or there were these names, they would sell them, but most of the stuff you didn't know who directed. It was really started with Jaws. Jaws was the film, and then you became aware that this is like a director's movie. So, but now today everything is like, the director's name is like right next to the title of the film.
Yeah.
So that kind of awareness is cropped up. Romero is like, but Romero is for the horror community. It's like him, Carpenter. Really, it hasn't changed. It's like him, Carpenter, Hooper, Wes Craven. There were certain names that that people were familiar with. So, but I didn't think I thought it was still within the naive me and us back then. Like it was still within the realm of, yeah, they could have built it for the film.
Well, you think because by the time I saw it, and because you say back then nobody knew where the mall was. Even when I first started, which first and foremost, the Zombie Farm was one of my first exposures to an online presence of fans because when I grew up watching this movie, nobody had heard of it, nobody knew what it was, but I was just I just saw the greatest goddamn movie ever. You got to watch this, and there's I have no idea what you're talking about. So when I first started finding Zombie Farm and Homepage of the Dead and these little communities of people that loved this movie as much as I did, I was like, this is incredible. So if you were ever wondering, in Christian County, Kentucky, the Christian County Board of Education, if you're ever wondering why the Zombie Farm website was blocked across all school districts, right here, it was me. I got called into the office. So cool. I got called into the office one day for what are these websites you're going to? Zombie Farm homepage of what is this? And I'm just it's horror zombie George Romero. And they're like, oh yeah,
cool. I want that written on my gravestone.
So you're on a list with porno sites, social media sites or whatever was available at the time, and Zombie Farm, Homepage of the Dead, WGON, Zombie Watch, all those that were around at the time. Because that's what I would do. I'd sit while everybody else was playing Icy Tower or whatever in the library. I'd be just scrolling on eBay, scrolling through. But what I was getting at is, so before I found your website, I remember there was always this back and forth that I would try to find oh, this mall actually exists. Oh, okay. Then I'm sure where is it? And then people would say, there would be different, people would say it's here, it's there, it's here. And nobody really, there was still a lot of misinformation still online about where the mall was, whether the mall was even still operating. And so when I found your website, when I found Matt Blasi's website, and I saw photos of you guys at the mall, and you're like, no, this is where the mall is at, Monroeville, Pennsylvania, near Pittsburgh. From that point on, in school, especially if you had to do a journal thing at the beginning of class and be oh, where is your dream vacation? Where would you like to go? And other kids are saying, oh, I want to go to Vegas, or I want to go to Cabo, or, wherever. Monroeville, Pennsylvania was always my answer. And I would always get the weirdest looks of just what the hell's that? I'm just oh, there's a mall in Monroeville that I want to go to. And they just think I want to go shop or something, but whatever. So yeah, there was
No,
still a lot of like mystery even in the early 2000s about where that mall was. So yeah, I can't imagine. That's why I was asking. It's like, how did you find out?
How I found that finally was Tom Savini came to one of these creation cons. And I guess, when did Creepshow come out? Was that 83? 82.
82.
82. So, so yeah, no, this is 82. So this is 82. Tom came by and he had like some props from Creepshow. He was like promoting Creepshow. I went to Creepshow first night, second night, third night, next weekend, Friday, Saturday. It was great. Yeah, Creepshow was awesome. It still is awesome. But then Tom came by and he was doing a talk. And I mean, back then the convention scene was much smaller than it is today. So I guess Tom was talking. There's like maybe 40 or 50 of us in the room. And I was like, I haven't met anybody connected to Dawn of the Dead before. I was very excited. So I finally got to ask Tom, where was the shot? And Tom's just like, oh, it's at Monroeville Mall, right out in Monroeville, right outside of Pittsburgh. I'm like, oh, okay. So now I know where it is. So then with me and my ex-girlfriend, and we had broken up, but we stayed like friends and stuff. So we planned this trip to the mall. So I guess that was February of 83, because and then in December of 82, like I had my best friend, my best zombie friend back then. He was a bass player for like lounge groups or whatever, and he would do these little mini tours, like go away for like 5 days, play at different bars, and come back. He came back. He's like, calls me up. I found it. He played at like some like Ramada Inn that was like right, and he came back and he had these little fuzzy photos he had taken, because back then we had like 110 film, 126 film, really before 35 took over in the consumer market. And I still have it. He gave me this. It was like, I put these on my wall, and I actually gone into the theater and made us an audio recording of Dawn of the Dead with a cassette. So I would sit in my room. This is before the VHS, years before. So I would just sit in my room and listen to Dawn of the Dead. I made 2 recordings actually once. But no, when I was making the recording, back then we used to have ushers. They'd walk around. I don't know how it is today, but I mean, we don't have them even in Japan anymore. But
yeah, there's hardly people working at theaters now. They just kind of let you in, and you can just do whatever you want now, mostly.
But I'm sitting there with this cassette recorder on my lap. It was like, back then it was like kind of, and this guy comes by and he's shining his flashlight. What are you doing? I'm like, it's just my cassette recorder, man. And he just like, oh, whatever. And he walked away. You ever seen Demons? It's like, that girl in Demons.
Yeah.
That's like my favorite shot in Demons. But anyway, no, I used to listen to that. And then I had these photos now, and I could like look at these photos and dream about going to the mall. And then finally me and this girl, Jody, we spent a couple days there. And I mean, that was when I took some of the photos that are inside the calendar, and I made 3 trips to the mall in the 80s. That, like you had mentioned, that what was really, I'll like kind of go through some of these shots here. Like this thing, this was done in 83, and this is exactly how it was in the film, because this entrance, this awning right here, they changed it in the mid 80s, and they made it this big black thing that kind of fans upward. But this is the same way it was in the film. And you can see, like, you got the Pampadora here and Equibank and Brown Derby over here. And look at these cars. I mean, these are totally like 70 cars and stuff. So that also gives it a kind of.
That's a pretty famous photo. I see that photo a lot. Like when I'm Googling Dawn of the Dead or Monroeville Mall, like that's one of the first ones to pop up. So
this one I put on in chest tees, which you can see in several shots. But I took this like good photo of the chesties thing. But I wanted to say, and this too is the elevator, the first floor in Penny's, where Stephen gets shot there. And a lot of the things here are still the same. The phones were there. This sign was different in the film. I think this clock is here. The water fountain is the same thing up here. This was like coming here the first time was like, oh my God, I've arrived. This shot here too, which I really like, is still like how it is in the film. And I was very lucky. I went in February, so it was still winter time. And I realized, well, now I realize that, these photos have a very Dawn feel because Dawn was also shot, like November,
Yeah.
in the fall. So it has this kind of dead atmosphere to it because so this is the top of 83, and I went again a couple months later, and it was already spring and everything was flourishing, and it was like completely a different feel, and I realized that like I'm planning to do one more trip to the mall, and I want to do it. It's got to be in November of
I was
this
going to
year
ask you about
because it's
that.
got to look like how it looked in Dawn of the Dead. Because the summertime it just doesn't have that feel. I mean, inside the mall is one thing, but outside it's just, even though it's cold, it's still, I want it to look like that. And another thing I want to say here too, the same as it is in the film, this is a Penny's automotive center.
Yeah.
So this actually changed hands. And when I was there, maybe the third time in 86, they had destroyed it. Like it was crushed. I went over, it was all busted and broken up. And I've got this piece. Oh, I hit my camera. I've got this piece right here. You can see it's like part of Penny's, the P where it's,
oh yeah.
So I actually have a bigger piece, but it was like all broken on the ground. So I've had this since 86,
Wow.
But and also these things were all removed, those type of things. And this is just a shop called East. I mean, all of these. This was actually, when you see it in the film, it's bigger. It's that whole corner, but I was
wondering about that.
Yeah, they downsized it. And then this shop, but this is my the one that I wanted to show you. Oh yeah, this is also the second floor, on the elevator right here. I liked your comment about the guy looking like a zombie. I felt the same thing. Like, this dude's like some kind of like, it's like
he's got the stance and everything, it's just kind of like,
it worked out. This is the one that you seem to not really get, and I'm going to explain, because this one has so many locations in it in the film. First of all, this is where Tom dies. This is the fountain he falls in.
Right. Okay. I see that now.
He falls into this fountain. This is where Stephen and Peter are standing when he goes manja, or whatever, with the big thing of bread. Okay. And then you can see, it's hard to see, but if you look back here, you can see the coffee maker, like over here, the coffee maker. They have those two shots, the close-ups of the coffee maker back here. And then this is also where Roger's drinking the olive juice or whatever.
Yeah.
When you see all the cheese and stuff inside, that's all shot in here. And then this store, which is changed here, this is the Anticipation Maternity. And Galen, Fran is sitting right here. There's that shot, that very nice shot where, she's pregnant and she's sitting in front of a place called Anticipation Maternity.
Okay. I started to put some of that together. Like I said, I was watching it today, and I was seeing all those, all the shots of them, going through the coffee maker, and I'm like, I wonder if that's the International Foods, because
it actually had it changed names. So in Dawn, it's a different name. I've got it in my mall book somewhere. But the first time I went into the store, and so I go into the store, and there's nobody here, and I walk to the back. And there's the coffee machine. And like, could this be the same machine? So I took a photo of it, and then later on I developed the photo. And then when I compared it to the film, there's a couple scuff marks. It's exactly the same machine. I was like, oh my God, I should have worshipped in front of the coffee maker. And that it would be something to add to the collection,
Yeah. You always wonder whatever happened to something like that. Yeah. Was that, so was it called the cheese board?
Yeah, the cheese board. You're right.
There you go. Thank you, Paul.
Thank you, Paul. Yeah, this one, and you had mentioned this. The thing with this photo is that I had to really work on the colors on this, because the colors had when I scanned it, the colors were gone on this photo. So it came out weird, but it's got the you can see, what is that? Yeah, the photo hut over here, which you can see here and there in the mall. And again, the way the people are dressed, it's still how it was in Dawn.
Yeah, it looks like a shot from Dawn of the Dead. Like it's crazy. And I wanted to like the audio recording that you did walking through the mall. My buddy Paul actually hooked me up with that.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, I've got a couple of these left. This is my Discrete Mall, which comes from Brian Eno's album Discrete Music, which is the first ambient record. So yeah, I did this just for the hell of it. I'd made an audio recording. What I have it here, yeah, June 19th, 1986. And you can, and the game center sounds are from the same game center, walking around. And also what I wanted to mention, because I didn't really explain it. When I went to make the calendar, it has to be 28 pages. So I had to fill 2 pages up. So I put the map here that I had picked up in 83. And then these are, I shot a bunch of Sony Hi8 footage in the mall, which I'm going to make a DVD of eventually. But these are frames from that. So I just threw that in as little like bonus photos. But yeah, no, I mean, a lot of things, like your father's mustache was still around back then. And Sweet Williams, which people don't really know, but you see it in one shot. It's like when the zombies are walking near the ending towards the camera, and there's this like low angle shot, and you can see the second floor. Sweet Williams is a restaurant that's long defunct now, but it's on that side over there. And yeah, so I've become a big Sweet Williams fan. So I had to, and we don't get American breakfast here, so that breakfast there was fantastic. But anyway, what I wanted to say is that, yeah, like if you don't mind me going through some things, if time is okay, that
I got all the time in the world, man.
One of the things I do in Japan is try to make, Dawn of the Dead items. I've been doing that, since really, I mean, really, like, if this set.
Oh yeah.
This is the, Dawn. How can I explain without getting too deep into it? Dawn came to Japan in 1995. They did a revival screening. So that was the last time I was able to see 35 millimeter prints of it. Because as soon as the VHS came out, they stopped all the midnight screenings. That's what Richard Rubinstein was really milking it for, waiting for the VHS. He was milking the midnight movie market. And then when he felt he had exhausted that, then he allowed it to be released on VHS. And then that was like, unfortunately, that spelled the end of the theatrical releases. And then, so I'm living in Japan. I moved to Japan in 93. And then while Dawn of the Dead is coming out, I found out later that a company called Gaga, which put this out, was able to negotiate, this release. And we had already had, we had the American theatrical release, and then there were, rumors of this European cut. I'm talking about like 80s, when Dawn fans, the communication is not so good, and we're trying to piece things together. Everything's hearsay. And yeah, that's how I got my first, I got a bootleg of the Argento version. And that was kind of a mind blower. And I had seen, as I wrote on Zombie Farm, I had seen the long version, which I will never call the director's cut. I see the long version.
Cut. We just call it canned cut.
Yeah, the canned cut. I saw that on my 13th viewing. I went into New York City to see a double feature of Night and Dawn. This is before Day had come out. I went to see Night and Dawn. And so me and my friend were there. Okay, we're going to come for the next screening. We came back, and all the times had changed. We asked what happened. Like, Dawn was like longer than it said on the carton. We watched it. It was like a completely, I mean, it was, a cut we hadn't seen before. It was like mind blowing. Like, what the hell? So there were these 3 cuts. And so this is the first like legal version that came out that had all 3 cuts put together. So when I saw Dawn, in the theater, you've probably seen that big silver program book, that came out in Japan in 95. So I picked that up, and inside that, it's got like a comparison of the 3 versions and of the 3 versions. And they had written on it somewhere like, oh, we feel here at Gaga that the Argento version is the best version. Of course, that didn't sit well with me, So I wrote them a letter
That's been a topic of great debate on this channel. So yeah.
Well, I wrote them a letter saying, you're wrong, and this is kind of insulting because Romero is an editor, and this is his vision of the film, and he considers the theatrical version, his final word in Dawn, And then they wrote me back right away, and they were like, "Oh, we love your opinion. This is so interesting. We're going to release it on Laserdisc. Can you do writing?" I'm like, "Hell yeah!" I'd never done any writing for Dawn of the Dead before. So then, I was able to do then the spread in the middle, So I wrote the text here, and these are some of my photos on the bottom. And I don't mean to toot my own horn, but my point in here, and I think I'm the first person that wrote this, is I put forth the idea that the mall itself was like the fifth character in the movie.
Yeah.
That this is actually, that one of the things about this movie is the mall, the location itself is a character in the film. So, this is the first time that the mall had really been
mapped out and presented,
out, or just cited as something that was really important to the film. I mean, of course, when you'd meet people, you would talk, "It's so awesome, it was in the mall, the mall is so cool," but I'd never seen it written about. So that was something that I was very proud of. And anyway, so then this is the
I've always said the mall is the real star of Dawn of the Dead. When you visit the mall, it's like, oh, I'm visiting, Freddy Krueger or whoever, whoever the star of your favorite movie is. And I think a lot of the work and a lot of the stuff that you've done over the years is really, I mean, like I said, you're the one that pointed me in the right direction of oh, this mall actually exists. It's a real thing. So that was my dream for years and years and years, was one day I'm going to go to that mall, But yeah, it really is just and I think that's the thing that really separates it from a lot of other locations. You can go to all kinds of different filming locations and stuff like that, but the thing about Dawn, it's like going to visit the character from yes, it's changed a lot over the years and it doesn't look the same as it did, but it's like when you go to a convention and you meet your favorite actor from a movie from 40 years ago, it's they don't look the same, but it's still them. The memories are still there, the experience is still there, and it's when you go to the mall now, even you still feel it in the air. We talk, romantically about this all the time on the channel when I have roundtables and stuff. It's when you're there, it's it's in the air, it's in the bones of the mall, So yeah, I mean, to me, it's the best character, location, whatever you want to call it, in any movie ever for me. There's nothing else like it.
I mean, I wish I was Bill Gates rich or Musk rich, I guess you say that these days, because I would buy that. I would buy that thing and just make it exactly how it was in the film. Screw it. It doesn't have to make money. You know what I mean? There are better things to help people in the world than spend your money on that. But that would be my ultimate dream. If it didn't matter, that there weren't starving people in the world or anything that could benefit more. But you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I wish, that, I mean, it's always like this, when I went the first time, you fit, and the times I went in the 80s, oh, it's going to stay like this forever, and back then we didn't have cell phones, you take 1,000 photos a day. I worked afterwards. I worked as a still set photographer for films in Japan, movies in Japan. I take 1,000 photos a day, but back then it was I went to the mall the first time with 3 rolls of film. It's you pick up your camera, you go one shot, okay. And back then it was the family, okay, it's Christmas time, let's take a photo, 1 photo. Okay, it's so-and-so's birthday, let's take another photo, and it would take a year or 2 years till you used up an entire roll, and then you would develop it, and that's just how it was back then. So even 3 rolls at the mall, my God, that's so much. But by today's standards, man,
yeah.
I mean, that's 100 photos, I would do that in an hour today, at the mall.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, my friend Michelle is infamous for the amount of photos she takes at Living Dead weekend or something like that. She'll go home with 900 photos in her,
Yeah, I
pictures
mean,
in her phone, and we're just like, Jesus.
no, I wish that I had taken more photos, but I have to, be grateful for, that I did take the photos that I took. And I mean, I'm glad that, I could share these photos with other people, especially, I'm not like knocking going to the mall these days. I'm just, I'm very grateful that I was able to go to the mall when it was still very much like it was, in the movie.
Yeah.
The stores were the same. Even like, that shot of Ken where when I guess Steven is shooting and he comes up and he's in front of, there are all these, it's a camps store with all these light bulbs around him.
Yeah.
That sign was there, and there's some blown out. There's like one or two bulbs that are blown out. And I'm like, oh my God, it's the camp sign. And there are blown out light bulbs on it. Like today I would have been like, photo,
from every angle. Yeah.
Yeah. Why didn't I take a photo of it back then? But it's like, I mean, that's how I guess in a lot of ways, back then, what's different today is like you were more in the moment. It was like the moment was much stronger. And now, even, I love my wife and everything, but she's very focused on taking photos and putting them on social media, and I'm like, and I get that. And I do the same thing, but I still miss when, the moment itself was like the thing, not how you represent the moment later on.
I'm very guilty of that too. Like I'm horrible at taking like I'm just like I'm so in the moment, which Michelle's in the chat. She's like, I knew you're gonna bring me up in my love of photos. But I'm glad you're there to take all the photos, because if you weren't, I wouldn't be doing it. Like, because I'm too busy like taking everything in. I'm terrible about it. So it's nice to have somebody else kind of handle that, and it's nice to look back on after the fact. But yeah, I mean,
I'm a photographer myself. When I brought my wife, when we went in 2016, that was the first. I hadn't been there since '86, and so me and my wife, we went to New York and we're planning to go to the mall. Then we met up with Larry at Monster Mania, and Larry was like such a sweetheart. I mean, he drove us from this New Jersey place to the mall, because I guess, when was that? That was for the Night of the Living Dead. No. I guess we also went to Evans City, when they still had the shop in Evans City. But he got a hotel for us. He's like, I gotta pay you back for the zombie farm and all this stuff. Like, thank you, Larry. He was so wonderful.
Larry's been glowing about you in the chat all night, so just he's watching. No, Larry's great. He's one of my best buds for sure.
Yeah, no, we miss him very much, and I hope to see him again soon. Everybody, actually, that's the one bad thing about being so far out in Japan. I mean, it keeps me away from the nonsense, but it also keeps me away from like the activities and the good stuff.
Right.
But then, so one morning before the mall opened, so me and my wife, the first time, she hasn't seen the mall, so it's before 10. We walk all the way around the mall. The only thing that's really remaining outside is those arches on the what it used to be gimbals.
Yeah.
Then we walk around the back, we get to the loading dock, and then finally, it's 10, the mall's open. We walk in. I'm like, with my big Nikon camera, I'm taking photos. Right away, a guard guy comes up to me, goes, "Excuse me, sir, why are you taking photos of the mall?" And I just went with a big smile, "Because I love the Monroeville Mall." And he goes like this, "Come with me." So he said, "You're going to have to get permission." So he brought me upstairs. We met this woman manager. I don't remember her name or anything, but she was like, "I can't give you permission, you can take photos of the common areas, but the stores themselves are owned and copywritten by those, so you don't have permission to take photo." Okay, she read me the riot act, and for the whole time we were there, everywhere we went, there were like guardmen looking at us. And then later there was a guard that was like actually very sympathetic, and like we were able to go on the roof later. But when we met him like on the last day of our trip, he goes, "I know you. I've been watching you." Like, I mean, they had my number down. It was like kind of creepy, like
oh, is that guy good?
But no, he was kind of a little bit of a odd guy, but he was very sweet, and I was the only way I've ever been able to get up onto the roof of the mall. It was like one night, and this is all really,
I've been trying to talk Larry into it, man. I've been trying, like, dude, come on, let's get up on that roof. Like, we don't have very much longer to go. Like that's a bucket list thing for me. I got to get up there.
Well, as I said, I mean, Larry was, I mean, there's a lot of people in, Larry, Chris, Matt, I mean, Eric, Dave, Ryan, Paul, Jamie, Jace, even Stephanie. That all these people have been so sweet, to me. I don't really, I think there's only, and I'm not going to mention names, I think there's only one person I've ever had like trouble with in the Romero fandom. And we've been so focused in on Dawn. I mean, Romero too. I mean, I have to just add, this is like, I am a zombie fan, but I realized after seeing like Creepshow, after seeing Night of the Living Dead, that I realized, like, I'm a fan of how George Romero makes movies. I like how he tells stories. I like how he directs his actors. I like how he shoots his films. I like the messages that he has. Like Night Riders is probably my favorite Romero movie. I mean, I'd say, Dawn is my favorite film of his, but really Night Riders, I don't watch it a lot because it's not a film that you just like, it's a long movie.
Yeah.
It's the most Romero movie. It's the movie that tells you, where this guy is coming from. And, that movie had great impact also at like Dawn of the Dead. And it used to be, was that the summer of 1980? I can't tell you how many times I saw Night Riders. It was they'd always at the drive-in, it was like Night Riders and Dawn of the Dead double feature together. It's like 4.5 hours of like Romero goodness, just like in the car with my friends when we're just like, again, next night, okay, we're back again. I was at Tom's house a couple years ago, I guess 2018. Yeah, I was shooting an interview with him for the Japanese Day of the Dead Blu-ray release, and I told Tom, yeah, I saw it 14 times in the theater that year, and Tom just goes, "You're the only one." Because it was such a box office failure.
Yeah.
But I mean, that movie is it's an epic movie. It's a fantastic.
Yeah, I love Night Riders, and to me, it's like the ultimate Romero reunion film. It's like all these actors that had worked with Romero before Night Riders, some actors that worked with Romero after Night Riders. It's like it's like all these people coming together for this really personal story. I mean, it's a movie about George. Like King Billy is George, like in George's eyes. Like he's fighting the dragon. He's trying to keep this dream alive against all odds. And it really, and to me, like Night Riders was one of the last Romero films I remember watching when I first discovered Romero and started like really getting into his stuff, because I always heard, for one, it wasn't very popular, but I always heard it was like, oh, it's not a horror movie. It's about guys jousting on motorcycles. And I'm just like, I'll get to it when I get to it. And then I finally watched it and I was just blown away. It was one of the only times I remember watching a movie. Dawn of the Dead was like this. When I first saw Dawn of the Dead, I as soon as it was over, I rewound the tape, watched it again, like just immediately, because I was just like, holy shit, I gotta see this again. Did I just see what I just saw? Night Riders was another one like that of George's, where as soon as it was over, I was just like so blown away by just the emotion that it pulled out of me, the performances in it. Like to me, it's Tom Savini to this day. Tom Savini's best performance in anything he's ever done.
I mean, I said that to Tom. It's like, man, you held your own with Ed Harris.
Yeah,
and
it didn't seem like. Obviously, Ed Harris wasn't Ed Harris at the time. He would go on to become, a major.
Right, but he was still a phenomenal actor.
Yeah, and Tom was right there with him, and it didn't seem like, oh, here's this local guy that they just threw in because they didn't have anybody else. It was like, no, that was a perfect performance and a perfect role for Tom Savini in that role.
I've met Ed twice, and the first time, like I said, I was working in the Brill Building, which is 49th and Broadway, and Broadway Video, Saturday Night Live. Lauren Michaels' office on the top floor, but I mean, my floor was like, it's a music building. Paul Simon had his office on my floor, and Franken and Davis, if you know them. Al Franken went on to become senator.
Oh yeah, yeah.
It was all, I mean, the whole building was filled with music people. Sound One was Sound One was a audio editing thing for cinema. And I remember when they were doing the sound for Maximum Overdrive, they used to ride in the elevator with Stephen King over there.
Wow.
And like, it was a great place. I mean, every day, we would see celebrities and stuff. So one morning, and I was working at an audio rental company, and I started out doing deliveries. Like, I bring equipment to all the various recording studios. So one day I was like, my boss is like, get this over to Right Track Studio now. I'm like, okay. So I grab the thing, and I get in the elevator. I get to the first, and when you're like in a rush and you're like waiting for the doors to part.
Yeah.
The doors part like this, and Ed Harris's face is right in my face. He's as impatient to get on as I'm in to get off. And I'm like, oh, and I just jump off, and I'm like, fuck it. I jump back into the elevator, and it's like me, Ed, and his wife, Amy Madigan, who was just in Weapons.
Yeah.
If you've seen that.
Just nominated for an Academy Award too for that.
Yeah, but she had just won the Academy Award for something for like Best Supporting Actress. Mm-hmm. And like, I get into the elevator, and Ed is frigging angry, furious. He's going to her, we're going up there, and I'm going to tell them where they can fucking shove it. And then he looks at me, he goes, what floor? I'm like, 4th floor. He presses the button, and then he's just like, and he goes back to her, I'm going to fucking tell them to stick it where the sun don't fucking shine. Like, I'm like, oh my God, this is like, I'm getting a free performance of an angry, no one's a better angry
That's
actor.
what I was going to say. It sounds like an Ed Harris performance.
This is like Glenn Ross level Ed Harris. Have you ever seen that film? But anyway,
oh, yeah, I love that movie.
I get off the elevator, and I think they're going up to Broadway Video, up to like, I guess, bitch out Lorne Michaels or something like that. But I go to my office like, oh my God, I just rode the elevator with Ed Harris. And they're like, who? I'm like, you frigging people, don't you know anything? And then I guess this is like 85. He was on Broadway doing a show called Precious Sons. And it was like set in like, I saw it like 3 times. It was set in like the 30s or something like that, the 30s or 40s. And also, I forgot his name. If you've seen Star Trek Discovery, the actor, his name's not coming to me, who had the guy from American Beauty, the actor who got kind of Me Too'd out.
Oh yeah. Kevin Spacey.
And then this younger actor, he was also in Adventures in Babysitting. But he had claimed that Kevin Spacey tried to like sleep with him when he was like 15 or something like that. Why is his name? He's also in Discovery. But anyway, he was in
the chat. No, throw it in there.
Oh, if anybody, I could just look it up in a second. Anyway, he was in that with Ed Harris, and I think, I had just seen like Adventures in Babysitting, so I knew him. So they were the only 2, but I was just going, of course, to see Ed, and he was wonderful in the film. And I had tickets on the last day. I was going on the last day, and so before that, me and a friend went up to the theater.
Anthony Rapp.
That's it, Anthony.
There
you
Anthony
go. Rapp. So before they had just finished a matinee show, like me and a friend, we were like hanging out in my office in the Brill Building. It was like, I think the weekend, so no one was there. I had the keys so we could go in there. But anyway, so we walk over to the theater. I'm like, okay, we're going to go see the show that night. And outside, like Anthony Rapp is signing some things, and Ed Harris is signing some autographs and stuff. And I'm like, and they finish, it's like 3 people. And then Ed, like I see Ed and I go, yo, Ed, how's it going? He goes, hey, how you doing there? How you boys doing? How you guys doing? Anyway, so we started talking. My friend is like, he can't even talk. He's so like nervous because both of us are huge Romero fans. We're huge Knight Riders fans, Mm-hmm. So, me and Ed, I don't remember what we're talking about. We're just talking, about stuff. It's like 5 minutes go by, but, I don't really know him and I don't know really what to say. So then the conversation just like kind of goes down to nothing. And we're just like, me and Ed are just like staring at each other. And then Ed he's got mirror sunglasses on too. So Ed pulls his face right up to my face. I mean, he's like in my face. and he takes his mirror sunglasses and he goes like this, and these blue eyes of his, he's like burning into me. Like, I'm like, what the fuck is going on? And then he just goes like this. He goes like this. He pushes his glasses back up, sits back, he throws out his hand, shakes my hand, and goes running off down like 46th Street, you know. And like, and my friend goes, what was that? And I go, I have no idea, but I was just supercharged by Ed Harris.
I was gonna say,
it was the weirdest
like
thing.
He stole your soul or something. He was just
no,
like,
I mean, that was basically, I mean, I had this guy, like, he was like, really, we were like nose to nose, you know, but anyways, it was kind of
you
cool.
never found out why. That was the last time you ever saw him.
I watched him, you know, when Matt and Eric spoke to him. I watched that on that, and you know, and he always seemed like a cool guy. I mean, you know, he's no scandals, you know, married to the same woman, you know, they still, you know, I mean, that guy was like, seemed like a decent guy, you know, and dedicated. I think I remember seeing Robert De Niro asking, who's your favorite actor back then when no one really knew him. He's like, Ed Harris. You know, Ed Harris was like the actor's actor. Yeah. You know, and I'm glad he got bigger roles. I still don't think he's like, you know, like an A-lister. You know, I don't think people like, you know Ed Harris like they would say, like,
I don't know, maybe not now to like a younger audience, but man, growing up, like when I was a kid, I knew who Ed Harris was because he was one of those actors that was just in everything. Like it just seemed like he would pop up in all kinds of different stuff. So that was just always the name. Apollo 13. I knew when I was younger, like when I was a kid, there was a movie called Milk Money. And he was the father, played the father in that.
Really?
And I was just like, so like I used to watch that movie all the time when I was younger because it's about these kids that, you know, pull their, you know, lunch money together to hire a prostitute or something. It was a really weird time for movies, but
I guess
he plays the father.
To watch that one. Yeah, what did I watch? I'm trying to watch, like, I'm not a big fan of modern films, so I try to watch films I've never seen, like back in the 70s and 80s, you know. So I watched that. I finally watched Risky Business, and I'm like, oh, this is kind of like, this movie wouldn't fly today, you know. Like, I mean, I don't have a problem with that kind of stuff, you know. I mean, I was around back then. I've said stupid things I would never say again, you know. But I don't know. I still found that one a little like its morals a bit questionable, you know. Even back then, I think I would have felt the same way about the film. But
well, I'm sure a lot of people think that about, you know, like Dawn of the Dead, like, you know, Woolies thing at the beginning. Like there's some stuff in that, but again, it's like when you watch older films, it's like if you're basing it off the content and not so much the context, I think it can be a little jarring for people who haven't seen it. But if you're watching something from that period, it's like that's just how it was, you know.
Yeah, the Wooly scene in that I think is very, very important to the film, you know, and Romero's always had this kind of, because actually I don't know if you have a copy of this. Yeah, I've written a couple of books about Dawn in Japan, and my real masterpiece book is this one, the zombie, what do they call it? The Saga of the Dead, this book. But I had a film, one of the sections I had it's called, this came out in 2019, but one of the sections is, I called it Zombie Olympics, because the Olympics were coming to Japan before the whole COVID fiasco kind of hurt that the Summer Olympics in Japan. But I did a thing called Zombie Olympics. So I had people from different countries write about Dawn of the Dead, you know, in their country, like Italians and an Austrian guy and different people writing about it. But for the American, there's this guy, Scooter, who directed Black Eyed Susie, a movie called that Vinegar Syndrome actually just put out on Blu-ray. He wrote a wonderful piece, and he focused in on the Wooly character and what Wooly represented, you know, the kind of Midwestern American, you know, I don't want to be insulting to anybody in the Midwest, but you know what I'm driving at, you know. But no, this book was like my last You know, as you
I
can see,
don't have a copy of that actually.
one of the things I went completely nuts on was I like frame capped the movie and like focused in on different items. Let me see if I can find a good example here. Like you can see, just for example here, like, you know, in the opening scene here, and this machine right here, I was able to identify the machine and write about, you know, what that machine was. And I was like,
awesome.
There you see like gas masks and stuff. And oh, what did I do? Like right here, yeah, I have like there's an ivory soapbox sitting here. So this is like Marilyn Chambers, who was like a big porn actress, but before she became a porn actress, she was on the cover of Ivory Snow. So I was able to, you know, so I put that in. And other things like when you see like the zombie, you know, in this scene over here, there's a little toy over here. I identified, you know, what that toy is. So
Yeah.
I went completely like, I wish I could do this for like every frame.
Oh, I live for stuff like that. Like my buddy Paul is a huge collector of that stuff. Like he's like he has like one of the bruiser battery that you see in
No,
Dawn.
I know.
Like,
I have that, the bruiser bat. Yeah, here are the like the bullets, you know, that you see here. I was able to, I've got to get boxes. I can't have bullets in Japan, but I'd like to get the empty boxes, you know. And I put stuff like here, as you see this is another photo of mine. No, this is from the film. I'm sorry. You know, Brown Derby. This is Brown Derby. I still have this. It's Sugar from the Brown Derby. Yeah, but Paul's also good. He's another guy that it's good to know that you're not the only nut out there, you know, that's into this stuff. But this book wound up being, and then I had I wrote about us all going to the Living Dead Museum, and Larry contributed a lot of good stuff. You know, here's also, you know, at the,
that's what he was saying over here in the chat.
The 50th screening, you know.
Oh,
there.
okay.
And
I've
Kyra
seen photos from
really
that.
nice.
I hate that I missed that.
Kyra was really sweet because I had like exchange, and Kyra wrote a wonderful piece for this book. And she was really like, I don't know what to say. I don't know how to, I'm not a good writer. I don't know what to say. I'm like, Kyra, just tell it as it is, you know? She wrote such a wonderful piece for this book. And then, well, this is after this, because this came out in 2019, but I guess I had exchanged like an email or two with her and stuff. And I saw her at the thing. I went up, oh, hi, Kyra. It's nice to meet you. You know, my name's Norman. She's like, oh, Norman England from Japan. It's wonderful to meet you. I was like, oh, you know, everyone's like so sweet. You know, everybody. Yeah. It was such a good. Oh, here's the Zombie Olympics. Like I got Spain here, as you see how I set it up, like Germany, like with the flag up here. No, I love putting this book together, and I have to just say this.
I'm gonna forget
that.
Yeah,
here you go. I printed all my my charts here.
There we go then. All right. I'm gonna have to get that. Like I see it all the time on eBay, and I'm always like, like I'd love to read it. It's in Japanese. I don't know how to read Japanese, but now that just the graphs alone, I'm just going, all right, fuck it.
And here it is. You see, this is my Dear George letter where I apologize for not understanding the Diary of the Dead. I apologize for not. I wrote your biggest fan, Norman, on the bottom. So that was my official apology letter to George. No, I had a great time. And, you know, I tried to do it like when each film, you know, the opening of each film, when I get into it, like say here, like with Night of the Living Dead, I have a section on historically what was happening at the time and how this was reflected in the film. You know, so this is really like, you know, this is really like my definitive word on my George's my zombie films, I guess, you know, all of them represented in here. And I've also done in Japan, here's a book that I also wrote. I was one of several writers. You can see my name's in Japanese right there. This is just like about his films in general. And I guess the first book that I did was this thing called Zombie Maniacs. And this is another one that I did. Oops, I did a lot of writing. I did a whole history of Monroeville, and the history of the Monroeville Mall. And I was over at Toho Studios one day. You know the movie The Grudge?
Yeah.
So I was over at Toho Studios for a film screening I had done stills on. It was like the staff cast screening. And Shimizu, the director of the Grudge series, was there. And he had my book. He was reading. He comes up, he goes, "Norman, this book is amazing." And he turns out he's a big Dawn fan, big Romero fan.
Wow.
And when we had the 2019, we did this thing called when I said we brought Ken and Galen out and we had the 40th anniversary screening, Shimizu came to he came to hang out. We had like this whole Dawn event, Romero event day going on with guest speakers and goods and blah, 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 blah. And Ken and Galen talking. And Shimizu came out, and I found out later, like we had dinner a couple of years ago. And he was like, "Yeah, I was actually in the middle of a shoot and I called in sick so I could go and meet Ken and Galen." And
Much respect. Much respect.
Like, the guy's the director. He plays hooky on his own movie, So, but I mean, he was really like, and I've made like little pin badges of the, I have, I make a lot of little items here, like grabbing this here, like the Romero, the GARF Japan thing, or my Box Arco Pitcairn thing, and I have one of the bird, my bird god, and like Shimizu pins that on his hat when he's directing and stuff. So no, he's like a huge fan. This is what I mean. Like the movie was very impactful for directors in Japan as well. When Dawn came out, Night of the Living Dead hadn't been released in Dawn. Night of the Living Dead didn't get its official release until like 3 years ago. It came out finally in the 80s on VHS, but before that, Japanese had never seen anything by Romero before. And they actually promoted, as you might know, they promoted it as being co-directed by Dario Argento, because the year before Argento, Suspiria was a huge hit in Japan. So it was the same releasing company, so they're trying to connect it to Suspiria.
Right.
So it was like, I remember when I bought the Japanese booklet in Manhattan, I got it in like 80, 81. Yeah, I bought it in 80 or 81 at Jerry Olinger's, which is a poster shop in Manhattan. But it was like, I found that, and I'm like, what the hell is this? Directed by George Romero and Dario Argento? I mean, what is that? Yeah. But I found out it was just because of the way that they chose to promote it here. So, but I just also wanted to, like I was saying, I've done so much stuff, I don't even know where to start. Like here, I pulled out a bunch of stuff. I did the first Blu-ray of Day of the Dead in Japan. I don't know if you know this release. I worked on the booklet on the inside, but on the cover here, this is my hand here. So the designer of this, because Day of the Dead, one of the unfortunate things about Day of the Dead is the stills from Day of the Dead completely suck. There are not a lot of them. Yeah. They're all, the contrast is awful, and they're just not, unfortunately, there's not a lot of good, unlike Dawn of the Dead, which is, there's so much, Rubenstein's wife was the still photographer that she did a wonderful job on that. But Day suffers from not having stills. And as a still photographer for cinema, I know how important stills are. But
who did the still photos on Day?
He had this commissioned by an artist in Japan. And so we did a photo shoot, but for the photo shoot, they used my hand on that. So he made up my hand. I actually have now I have this.
You couldn't tell.
The bust is in my living room right now. When we did that 2019 show, he brought it out. The artist brought it. He's a makeup artist on cinema, Godzilla movies, and special makeup artist. Probably like the biggest one in Japan these days. He did all the zombie stuff for the Toho film I Am a Hero, which is a big zombie film. I've worked with him a lot of times, but he gave me this bust, so I have it in my living room. Like everyone should have their own, like, but anyway, like I
did the mask back here, but that's about as close as I got.
What else do I have? And then I did here I worked on this thing, which is this one's unopened, but it's a Day of the Dead, a Dawn of the Dead DVD set. I did writing for the booklet in that. What else did I do? I got a bunch of crap here. Oh yeah, here's another.
Michelle just ordered the book.
I put this out a couple of years. Well, I worked on this one. I wasn't happy with it, but I have an interview with Suzanne and Paolo, if you know Paolo over in Italy.
Okay, yeah.
Paolo was just here like 3 weeks ago, so we got to meet in person for the first time. Had a great time. And then I make these goofy things, if you're familiar with this. So I started.
Oh yeah, I've seen those a lot.
Yeah, these friggin' idiots. You know, I sell these things for like $20, and then the guys on eBay they selling them for like $120. I'm like,
oh yeah,
like look online. You know, drop me a
well, it's what they were doing with that the replica of the Romero bust that Chris Stavrakis made. You get those. I think you $60. I think you could buy them from now.
For like $199 on eBay.
Yeah, you see them popping up on eBay now for like $200, and you're just like, what the fuck?
Yeah. But this one, I mean, I made this one just for fun. You know, it's like all like, it's like a history of Dawn newspaper ads, and that's where I was able to finally definitively figure out that this is the first screening of Dawn. It was in the Daily News, December 1st, 1978. And I was in New York at the time and I didn't know. So close. I was 19 at the time too, you know. But anyway, like, yeah, then so you know, that's what this is. And then this one sold actually very well. You know, I just print them up and then I sell them at movie events. Then I made my goofy one on the Monroeville Mall, which is basically a history of the mall through newspaper articles, like when it was first announced, like this is a concept drawing of the mall. And so what I did, because it's in Japanese, I'm selling it mostly to the Japanese market, I translated like bullet points, you know, rather I can't translate every single article, you know, so this is what is the information. English readers can read the interviews, they can read the newspaper articles directly. So it's all like, you know, here, like for example, the headline here is Monroeville Mall churning up 4,000 jobs, big sales potential, you know, and then our grand opening is just a few weeks away, you know, and
it's amazing.
Monroeville Mall to open Tuesday, you know, mountain move to build mall, you know, and so anyway, yeah, and then finally when the mall opened, here's actually an interesting thing here: animated clock sits in tower. But finally, when the mall opened, here, the mall. That's how I know. 1969, May 13th is when the mall opened. But here's an interesting photo, and it's the only photo I've ever been able to find of Mark Mason. You know, Mark Mason is the guy who introduced George to the mall.
Okay.
You know, yeah, here are the other photos I've dug up from, you know, newspaper archives, you know, breaking ground and then the mall here. You know, and then after the mall opens up, then I focused in on ads. Here, this one was so hard to turn up, Anticipation Maternity, which I was talking about earlier. You know, so this is kind of like, yeah, here's like Daisy Donuts, you know, Equibank, you know, this is all, like I said, part of my obsession. Here's from the 9th anniversary of the mall. They made a big like round cake around the fountain.
Oh wow!
You know, so and I did this one, and then I have one last one which I don't have handy right here, but it's one that, because these things are so difficult for me to make, so I made one that focuses on all of George's movies. You know, so it's like this, but not, it's sort of like this one, but just like, you know, night, you know, night, whatever. Anyway, but these were like fun. I sell these at events here.
Well, I think people in the chat are wanting to know, or do you still have those available to sell personally, or are we gonna have to go to eBay and drop 100?
Oh no. I mean, if anyone wants any of the stuff, even the calendars, I still have like 15 of them left, even though that they're already into 2026.
I don't think people will mind.
I should give a 12% discount because we're like 1 month has gone by, you know. But No, I mean, if anybody is interested in these things, you know, I can ship them out here. Whatever, like $20 a pop.
Well, there you go, folks.
Type of thing. I mean, just like drop me a line on Facebook Messenger. I guess that's the easiest way. And like I said, also, you know, like, the discrete mall one, these were such a bitch to make because, you know, I just go all out on things. I was like, you know, I had to get, because
I love it.
Remember when printers used to print on CDs? Well, they don't do that anymore. You know, so I had to get like these stickers and this device to make sure that it goes on. Just
you
right.
actually had to do it all yourself. Okay.
Yeah. So this one was all like, all done by, and I like making stuff like this. You know, I like to go in there. There, I've got photos of the original cassette.
Oh yeah. It's great because with everything going on with the mall and everything, it's so good that you've documented all this stuff and kept all this stuff from over the years, and we actually still have all of it. It's and then the CD, man. Like when I first put that on, man, sometimes I'll just put it on when I'm working on something for the channel or something. It's just good noise to have. And it's amazing because growing up, like my era of malls, it was the 90s, early 2000s, and when you see Dawn of the Dead and you hear that funky mall music, when you see Dawn of the Dead, you're like, oh, that's kind of a little far-fetched. Like, they don't play music like that in malls. And then you listen to that CD, and we're talking like a decade after. It sounds exactly like the music in fucking Dawn of the Dead. You're just like, oh, okay. Yeah. So they were.
I would put it on the cassettes on, and like when cleaning the room, cleaning up, just to be like this. And what I did with that is, like, I had a little recorder, had a little microphone. I just walked around the mall, like, holding this recorder.
Yeah, I think we can hear you ordering a pretzel at one point.
Yeah, right. I also cleaned up some of the audio for that. I took out some pops and clicks and hisses and stuff. I tried to make it the CD as clean as possible. But I mean, it was just fun to do that, and I'm glad that there are not a lot of us out there, but I'm glad people like you, people like Paul, Larry, people who like appreciate that. And I think all of it stems a lot from our love of George Romero. It's a way to kind of, for me, it's a way to kind of keep in touch with with his work, the work of his crew, because movies are made by not just one person. Oh, here's another thing I've been doing recently in Japan. I don't know if you've seen these, but these are these acrylic stands. Acrylic stands are really big in Japan. And they wind up being like here here's one of Gamera, the giant turtle. I just did the subtitle. I subtitled movies from Japanese to English, and I just subtitled the 60s Gamera series. So they had an event. I picked this up, but these are acrylic stands. So this is like the test one they'd made to see if it would sell. So it's called Set Zero. And it also, if you did a pre-order of it, it came with a little stand like this.
Oh, wow.
And the first official one, well, this one I think is still available, and this one hasn't been released, but this is the next one coming out. And
that's awesome.
They're all my name's down here as the supervisor on it. So this, I actually had to make some adjustments on this one, so I had a second set, but you can see here like mall parking lot. Like this, and the how can I say, if you pre-order it, it comes with this thing, a BP. This is another one, my doing, of course.
There you go, Paul.
I have meetings with a company, and they're like, what do you want to see, Norman? What do you want? So I always do that. It's like, as a Dawn fan, like, into this, I always want to see, and this is like when I did when I did this book, and my philosophy behind these is, we've all seen the movie umpteen times, and we want to get back that excitement. We want to get that taste again. So what can I do to make that excitement return to us? So that's why I came up with ways to, like, show the mall in a different way, the movie in a different way, in a way you might not have seen, or to bring out little points like the BP thing, you know, like unless you're really like a Dawn fan, you're going to be like, how is this connected to Dawn of the Dead?
That's you know, kind of my philosophy. Like when I do like my T-shirts on my store here, like I'll try to think of like what is something like if you know type of thing, like the real diehard, you know, the real trolls, as George would say. Like what would they want? So you know, there's like an Ice Palace T-shirt. Like I have a pair of here. I think you might appreciate these. I bought these from a lady in Monroeville about a year or so ago. She was selling her ice skates from the Monroeville
I think
Mall.
Larry has that because it's in my book. Yeah, I love that.
And it still has the skates and everything in there. And I sent that to Larry when I bought it, and I was like, "Oh, dude, look what I got!" And then of course I get a picture back of Larry holding his. Like, yeah, I got one too. I'm like, "Fucking Larry!"
Right? No, I have.
Of course, Larry has.
Here's this, and Paul just got one in good condition, but. This is a Daisy Donuts Monroeville Mall cup, and I bought it at Daisy Donuts. I can't even wash it anymore because the lettering will come off. But I've had this thing for like, God, I bought this in '83. You know,
wow.
I have a couple things. I actually have one more mall story. You might have heard this one before, but what I did, and here to show you what another further nut I am. So I used to make these scrapbooks. So like this is my Monroeville Mall scrapbook here, and I put in all this stuff that I like. This is from this little piece of wood chip is from the you know the little where Roger is buried.
Oh wow!
That's from that. And this leaf is from the tree that's right over there. And these things are from the photo. This is the photo booth that when they go running past it, this is taken in the same photo booth. You know, just whatever I could hear. Like here's an Equibank thing and the Pompadour like matchbook things over here, and here's an Equibank. You know, like and I stayed at the Marriott when it was the Marriott in the film. But so I made these with I went into this to show you back in my library. In the libraries used to have yellow pages. So I found in my local library the Pennsylvania, the Pittsburgh one. And so I cut out every ad or every number that had to do with like a store in the mall. And so anyway, these are my so what I used to do before I went to the mall was I would watch the movie and I would sit with a notebook on my lap and I would write what store was next to each other, and I would make my own maps of the mall. So this is my final map before I went the first time. And then when I went the first time, I actually the map that I got, I guess I didn't get it on that first trip. And then I made this map. I walked across the mall counting my footsteps, how long the mall was. So I made my own like mall maps here. Right. And there was a point I was going to make about this, but I'm kind of all over the place. Like, oh, this is what it is. So so this is the business card from the Oxford Developing Company that made the mall. This guy, David Zook, he was the CEO of the mall. So I went into this is my first trip to the mall, and I'm there with my ex-girlfriend, Jody. And I'm like, so I go into the mall office and I go to the receptionist. It's like, hey, I've come in from New York and I'm studying economics at New York University, and it's all bullshit, of course, you know. And I'm really wondering, if
you have a good angle though,
that I could ask him some questions about the mall for a report that I'm doing. Okay, hold on. She has me wait, and then she comes from the office. She, oh yeah, he's fine. He'll see you now. So I go in there and I'm asking some like stupid, I don't even know what I'm asking. And then finally I'm like, didn't they like make a movie? Shoot a movie in this place or something like that? And he goes, yes. And he gets this like frown on his face. It was a movie called Dawn of the Dead. We're really not proud of our association with the film, and we really don't want happening is fans to discover where the mall is. They will come here and they'll start stealing pieces of the mall as souvenirs. And then I'm like, I didn't even think of that. Thanks for the tip.
You're like, that's brilliant.
No, and then where, if you know where like Daisy Donuts was, on that corner where the clock is, and then there was the
Yeah.
gimbals right there. The part of the wall was smashed there, so I have a piece of gimbals right here that I picked up in '83. But my holy grail, and I've had this thing since frigging 1983. I go by the loading dock, where the bikers come in and everything. I look down, and there is a piece of marble broken off. You've probably seen photos of, I put it on my exam, but there is like the marble broken off. And I'm like, oh my God, I pick it up. I'm like, oh my God, this is it. I've got to get this back to my hotel room. And I go into one of those old Monroeville Mall garbage cans. I pull out a McDonald's, and I just take out the garbage in the thing, and I pick the piece of marble up. I put it in this thing, and I get back, and I'm like sweating bullets. They're going to catch me. I'm going to be arrested. But I got it, and I've had this thing since 1983. It's like, in the iconic marble.
Oh, yeah.
I put little pads on the bottom there, so it's like doesn't scratch up my table. But no, I've had this thing, and when I was there the last time, they replaced it somehow, but it had been like broken off and just sort of sitting there. Maybe a truck bumped into it or something. Yeah, and I was like on TV in Japan. They had this big show in the '90s called Nan Demo Kante Dan, which is about collectors. And they had seen an article that I had done about collecting Dawn of the Dead stuff. So I was living in Osaka at the time. They came over and they featured this piece, and they showed the scene from the film, and they zoom up to where the piece of marble came from on this TV show. But it was like, at the time, it was one of the top 5 TV shows in Japan. And like for months afterwards, wherever I would go, people would go, "It's the collector, the Dawn of the Dead collector." Even when later on, I started working for Fangoria and doing, covering the J-horror stuff for Fangoria. People, you're the guy that was in that Dawn of the Dead. Yeah. I'm proud of that. But that's actually one thing, maybe could be like the final point. But really, when I was over at Tom's house, I just wanted to show you this too, because this I'm also proud of. I did the newer Dawn of the Dead, the newer Day of the Dead release in Japan. I did the booklet on that, and I went completely, and let's see, I've taken it out. It'll probably turn up once
I agree with Larry.
I know it's right here. No, it's not right here.
Larry said, here's Norman in 2026, and he's still inspiring to me. His love and enthusiasm is still inspiring. I agree, Larry. I agree. I'm just sitting here like a little kid, just like, oh man, this is amazing.
Yeah, some things will never change. But this is the booklet that I did for Day of the Dead. And I like I said, I always try to do something a little different. Like instead of putting a zombie on the cover, I thought that this was cool. And you can sort of see the caverns behind. And one of the things I did on this is like the corner, if I can do it right. The corner is a little flip show, of Sarah.
That's really cool.
And then I also did, like, you can see that there's like the sun on the bottom here, and throughout the whole booklet, the sun is always rising higher and higher. But yeah, I have stuff
Beautiful.
like this, and I also, what did I do? I got Tasso to write a piece. Oh, here's a piece that I did because I went to the cast and staff screening of Day of the Dead in May of 1985, and then like I said, like I worked at the Brill Building, and just like serendipitously, right, this is the view outside of my office.
Nice.
Playing this is the closest I've come to like believing that there is a God. There it is, right outside. Oh, and the sign that said for what you showed earlier, the Dawn of the Dead sign on the flip side of the Rivoli, they had made a big Day of the Dead mural on that. And at that time, like the Rivoli was going to be torn down. So they stopped doing new paintings on the back side. And it was great. For over a year, I would get out to go to my office every morning. I'd get out of the R train, walk out, and there was a big Day of the Dead mural painting on the wall to greet me every morning, because they stopped updating it because the whole building was going to be torn down. It was like, this is so cool. This is, yeah, back in 85 to 86. They just kept it up for a year. I have photos of it somewhere. But no, it was awesome. Like, especially back then, being when Romero's work was still active, we were still in that sweet spot, between Martin and Day of the Dead. You can say what you want about Richard Rubenstein, but the movies George made with him are still his best movies. That run.
I always I always point that out to people. It's like people have their opinions on Richard Rubenstein and the way he kind of restricts Martin and Dawn and releases here in the US and all that, but I still say, like, George needed Richard and Richard needed George, but George needed a spike to his feather because George was not a business guy. George was an artist. George was he always wanted to say yes and please people and keep things light and happy on set. And Richard was the guy that would say, no, we're not going to be doing that. We're not doing this. He was the business behind George's art. And that's what George needed. Because, you look at George's career before Richard came into the picture, and George, while I love Vanilla and I love, Jack's Wife and I love The Crazies, I love all that stuff, they were huge flops because he didn't have a guy like Rubenstein was the guy that first realized, hey, if I put George A. Romero's name on this movie, it'll sell because he has name value from Night of the Living Dead. So if you notice by Martin, it's George A. Romero's Martin. So George always needed a guy like Richard. And I don't know if he ever had a guy like Peter Grunwald did a lot for George's career later on, but he never had another guy like Richard Rubenstein. They work perfectly together.
I agree with you 100%, about that. And I know I don't think they ended on, good terms, but I mean, that's the truth. What you said. I mean, they both needed each other. I think maybe Richard needed George more than George needed Richard, but George needed Richard. I mean, Dawn of the Dead, that's a miracle movie. I mean, George was like down and out, he was emotionally distraught. He didn't know what was going on with his career. And then also, Dario Argento was another guy. As much as I was like upset seeing his name on that, I didn't realize at the time how, Argento pulled him into Rome, finished the script, what do you need? Romero, it was, the people around George, recognized his potential, and, Richard also recognized his potential, and made that happen. I mean, Dawn of the Dead is a director's movie, what a miraculous movie. And I've seen George complain, people want me to make another Dawn of the Dead. I never wanted that. I mean, one of the things I liked about Romero is I loved his next movie, was Night Riders, for Christ's sake, I mean, I love that, not as much, but I loved it as much, if that makes any sense,
That's the thing about Romero's films. It's like, even the ones that I'm not the biggest fan of, like Monkey Shines, Dark Half, some of the stuff from that period.
Well, you got to say Bruiser just so you can insult Matt Blasey,
Oh, I love Bruiser. I'm a Bruiser apologist.
I think I'm the only one that saw it in the theater because Bruiser played in theaters in Japan.
I think that was the only place it played in theaters.
I know. No,
but even those movies, it's like there's still a love there because it's George to me. Like it's still, it's still George in some way, and I agree with that.
That leads me to my upcoming George project. As I was on the set of the Resident Evil 2 TV commercial, that George directed. So for the Zombie Farm, I had written like a kind of day-by-day journal on that. And because of, I stopped updating the Zombie Farm. There you go.
There's you and George on
sunglasses. Oh, this
looking cool, photo, man.
Which Jason took. This is at the Four Seasons Hotel in Beverly Hills. But we were hanging out outside. George was like just so much fun to be around. But I was like, George, yeah, can we take some photos together? He's like, sure. How do you want to pose? I'm like, okay, let's do a shot. We took a bunch of shots. I'm like, this is the shot of us philosophizing. So we got all like somber and deep, like that's like George is like this. Then we have other ones where we're laughing and stuff, but we were just like, George is like, fine.
I was wondering what you guys were talking about here when this photo was taken. I didn't know it was staged. I was like, oh, there's some real deep shit going on here.
Jason, his assistant back then, he took these photos. But this is, so I had this report on the zombie farm, and recently, I've been like looking at the reputation of the Resident Evil Dead 2 game, like, oh my God, this game is actually like kind of a groundbreaking game. Also, the promotional, this photo upsets me a little bit because it's like everybody but me is dead in this photo.
Yeah, that's true. I didn't even think about Brad Renfro.
That's Brad Renfro's dad over on the side. And I was actually, the other night, I was trying to verify because I read that he has passed away, but I can't find any verification of it. So he may still be, and both him and his dad were like so much fun to hang out with. But one of the things, like my zombie farm was taken off the web because of some dumb technical reason. And, I had saved the text on it, and I was like, I should turn this into, I should do something with this. I just left it up there. So like I went over the text, I wasn't a writer back then. It's horribly written. It's horribly written, the original version. So, what I have been doing, in between work when I can steal some time and stuff is I've been writing a new book, which is, a retelling, because I have much deeper notes, than what I had put on originally. My writing is like so much better than it was that almost 30 years ago. I wasn't like a professional writer at the time, but I became a writer later on through and that's how I got involved with Fangoria, was being on the set of this. I met Anthony Ferranti. If he was a big Fangoria writer. He was doing a story for of this for Romero, for the Biohazard, as we call it in Japan, the Resident Evil game, and Anthony turned me on to Tony Timpone, and he was the editor of Fangoria, and that's how they pulled me in. It was actually from this issue right here. And this was kind of like, I took photos on the set, and I was really not a professional photographer at the time. So it was kind of like, wow, I got a photo of mine. Oh, it's the cover of Fangoria,
That's
like,
awesome.
Like what? I've just been a fan, really. I'm just a fan of this stuff. But so this is like a lot of my photos, wound up being inside this issue, credited to somebody else because Brad's manager was like, she didn't want my photos outside of Japan, blah blah blah. So I used a fake name on these. If you look it up on this, I think I used the name like Jedediah something or rather. But anyway, so I decided to start text, and I've actually am nearing completion of this book, which is here. I have the kind of temporary cover that I've made.
Oh, there we go.
Here. So it would be sort of like this, like this, and here's the back cover like this, and it's going to feature, really all my set photos. I've got, over a dozen magazines that came out at that time with my photos, with stories. They'll all be reproduced inside there. Honestly, I don't care about rights. Another thing that I noticed, like Capcom was really cool. Capcom, Capcom was looking for a Romero expert that they could bring over to the production. So Capcom, who had Gaga, who had released the Laserdisc set, had suggested me to Capcom, and Capcom is an Osaka company, and I was living in Osaka, so I got together with them, and they had $1.5 million for 30-second TV commercial. Wow. Like it was like nuts.
It's like one of the biggest budgets George ever had.
That's what he said to me. He goes, I think per second, this is the most money I've ever had.
Yeah, really.
But I noticed recently, like, this is kind of like a lost Romero movie. It's only ever been out on VHS.
Oh, wow.
But I noticed when I was like looking at my photos again, going through the negatives, like these are all photos that I took. Like I didn't take this one. This is this guy Kiria. He was a studio photographer. But this is a photo of mine. These are all my photos. I didn't get the spine photo of Brad. That's one of my photos. I didn't get any money for any of this. So screw it. I'm releasing this book. I don't, I mean, I'm just going to sell.
Now's your time to.
Yeah, now's my time. But I'm really like, my goal on this book, like. Like I had said, I do Godzilla stuff. And a couple of years ago, I wrote this book, which is kind of like a journal, like a day-by-day journal. There are no photos because of Toho, but this is like a day-by-day journal of like what it's like to work on Godzilla movies.
That's really cool.
And Japanese movie sets in general. This is a photo I took on Gamera 3 set. And Gamera is owned by Daiei, and they were Kadokawa, and they were like, "Yeah, sure, use the photo." Toho like would not respond to my publisher. They're still like kind of an annoying company, but yeah, I mean, photo rights in Japan it's more draconian than back in the U.S. But anyway, I mean, for this release, it's like photos up the yin yang. And what my goal on this book, like my Godzilla book was like, to give people a sense of what it's like to be on the set, of a Godzilla production. The man in the suit, the explosions going on, how the staff are communicating with each other. Every day is a little different. That's why I love movie sets, working on movies. Every day is different. It's not like The Office and they all blur into the same continuous day.
Just clock in, clock out.
But there's a certain sadness because they all come to an end. Like the guy, like the main one in this. Where I was really on the set every day. I mean, that was 3 months, but when you're in the middle of this 3 months, it feels like an eternity, and then it's over. It's really kind of weird. But one of my goals on this book that I don't think anybody has written before is like, what is it like to be on set with George Romero, standing next to George, watching him direct? How does he communicate to people? How does the staff relate to George? It's really like I did with the Godzilla book, is the same thing to do with George, because I've never read anything. There are lots of books about George's movies, seen through the lens of his cinema, or maybe an interview with him. But I mean, George was like,
what was George's mindset around this time? Because this is, the late 90s, coming off the period where, getting greenlit, shut down, like couldn't get anything made. And you could tell he was starting to get really frustrated around this time, especially when you see Bruiser, and to me, like, Bruiser is George's angriest film. Like, you can see there was something bubbling up there. And so what was his mindset on this film?
Jason is the one to speak to about that. I mean, I was only on the set for like a week with George, well, less than a week. So I don't really know, and for me, it was really my first movie set. I'd never been on him. And, I mean, I have to say, George was very, I don't say like he was very super enthusiastic about it, but he was very professional about it. He was very open about it. He was very accessible, and he was friendly, and he looked happy. In one of the passages I wrote, I guess one of the first zombie things after they shot one of the things, he was like, yeah, he was like getting into it. I'm like, oh, this guy likes this stuff. I mean, I saw that. It was like, he likes zombies. He likes this type of stuff. He's really, I'm kind of like the second generation, but he's like the first generation of these adults, people that got into horror, got into science fiction as kids and kept that enthusiasm going. Now it's common practice, but even like my generation's almost the last one where there still was a big divide, like this is kid stuff, but today, I mean, you could argue that it's not been so good for, adults who refuse to grow up. That's the world we live in. But it was a very uncommon thing back then, even in my own generation. There were not women. You go to these horror conventions, there are no women there. Star Trek conventions had women. They were all like Leonard Nimoy, Spock fans. But it wasn't until like the late 80s that like women started getting, even like with Godzilla, used to be a guy thing, and now you go and there's like, it's like 30% women today, you know, rather than being like 1 or 2. So it's like times have really changed. But George, you know, being born in 1940, you know, and then seeing The Thing when he was like 13 or 14, you know, he kept that love. So it wasn't like, I mean, he was a filmmaker first and foremost, but he had I could see he had a soft spot. You know, I saw it when he was like, he got excited by zombies being there, not just like, hi, cut, let's go to the next one.
Yeah.
And I have to say, you know, like George was like, you know, I guess he didn't surprise me, because I always felt like I've read so many interviews with him, and I thought, you know, this guy must be really like a nice guy. And I had met him, you know, just in passing at the 85 screening of Day of the Dead. You know, after the screening, I spoke to George, and I also, for the Day of the Dead screening, I sat myself right in front of George and Christine Romero. I'm like, he's going to judge this movie. He's going to judge this movie by the back of my head. You know,
is that why that's his favorite of his zombie movies? Is your reaction?
I had a bald spot back then, but that was
he's
one
like,
of my.
This movie's going to make $1 billion. This dude is having the time of his life.
Yeah, no, I've read where people said no one liked it. Man, that audience that night was so enthusiastic. I mean, everyone was smiles. Everyone was happy. Everyone was like following that movie. Like when I redid the Japanese subtitles for the Blu-ray release of Day of the Dead, but I was like putting my mind back to that 1985 staff cast screening, you know, like trying to remember the reactions and trying to make the Japanese in a way that would make the audience here feel those same feelings that, you know, we had that special night. But even that night, I talked to George after the screening, and I just said to him, like, George, you know, it's you know, I'm so happy to be here. And he was like, really, man? Oh, that's, you know, thanks for coming out. I mean, it's the kind of guy he was. And I was like, is there any chance that you're going to be able to make that original script? You know, because I had mentioned, he just goes, you got $15 million? You know, like, But
well,
a
lot of that original script was kind of what he put into Land of the Dead, which, you know,
Land of the Dead
was Dead Reckoning, you know.
Yeah, it was spread around and stuff. But if you've read the Zombies That Ate Pittsburgh, if you look at the Day of the Dead chapter, it opens with that screening. It opens on that night, the beginning. Paul was there that night. I mean, I didn't know who he was back then. And then they all went to a bar across the street. My God, I should have gone to the bar, because I walked with Romero to the bar, but I was too like nervous to like crash.
Yeah, you didn't want to overstay your welcome type of thing.
Yeah, but I would have. I mean, that's how I got ahead in Japan, you know, by overstaying my welcome. Even like the guy said, I kind of like pushed my way until I became like, you know, oh, it's Norman again, whatever. You know? I mean, that's what you just, you know, you got to do that type of stuff. But I mean, what I wanted to say too, like George, you know, I'd never been on a movie set. My first interview ever was with George. Like, I started at the top. You know, this is my goal. I started at the top, is downhill from here. But, you know, like when we were doing like this scene, when they were shooting this scene, you know, outside of the Raccoon Police Department, you know, and George is like, action, cut. I'm standing next to George, and George turned to me. So, Norman, what did you think? Like, oh, yeah. You know, I mean, but I mean, yeah.
What are you going to say? Like, we could do it from a different angle. You know,
yeah, you know, like, well, you know, I mean, a little more.
You really try to impress him, you know.
I've seen better. You know.
De Palma would have done it this way.
You know, but just to like that he would say something like that, you know, to me, like that was really, I think, telling of the kind of person that he was, you know. And I know everybody on the staff, you know, really responded well to him. You know, Screaming Mad George did all the zombie makeup on that. And, you know, I just saw George recently. His health has really deteriorated. Unfortunately, I've asked him to do an intro. Jason's writing an intro, who was George's, you know, assistant throughout the 90s. And I asked George to do one. I don't know if he's really up to it or if he really remembers a lot, because I mean he was really, he was one of the big makeup, like him and Steve Wang were like, even Steve Wang worked on doing zombie makeup on this production. They were doing nightmare films. They were doing, a lot of stuff with what's his name, Brian Usna.
Mm-hmm.
But and going to his shop was, I went to his shop a couple times during the production. That was like, my first like kind of, there's zombie masks all over the place, and props from all different like Freaked. If you've ever seen the movie Freaked, is there, I didn't even know the movie at the time, but he had like the the eyeballs up there, and I was like, George, what are those? And he goes, oh, it's from a movie called Freak. Forget it, because it's such a failure. And what he had the big eye creature from Little Big Trouble in Little China there. I mean, it was like,
oh, wow.
It was so exciting to be there. And George is wonderful, and he's still like he's in a wheelchair. I went to an exhibition of his at the end of last year, and I mean he's out like more towards Osaka. I actually saw his band play in the 90s, in the late 90s, and he would incorporate makeup stuff into that. But anyway, like my book is really about like just being on the set. Brad Renfro, me and Brad, we got along great. I mean, and it's a tragic story with Brad. I mean, he died like 26. He OD'd. No, he was 15 at the time. And actually, what originally they wanted to get DiCaprio to be in the commercial.
Oh, really?
He had just finished Titanic, and he's like, I'm not doing anything. He like taking a break. So then Brad was really popular in Japan for like movies like The Client and that AIDS movie. They called it in Japan My Best Friend. I forgot what the English title is.
Oh, I can't remember. The Client was one that I used to watch all the time when I was a kid, though. That was
really?
Like one it was always on like HBO or something like that. It's because it's him, Tommy Lee Jones, Susan Sarandon. Like I don't know why, but as I used to watch weird movies when I was a kid. Like I was obsessed with The Client. Now I think about it now, I'm just like, I was probably like 8, not even 8, probably younger than that.
That's an adult movie, but Brad was like really Brad, and also that another thing, like
The Cure.
Brad was bright. There's actually a funny thing I was just like writing the other day, putting it like when we had our first get together at the Four Seasons Hotel, which is like this friggin' 5-star hotel,
Mm-hmm.
And what was good for me was the staff is all Japanese. I mean, they had a local production office that was like geared for Japanese clients, but really, we had all the people from Capcom, all these producers there, and none of them could speak English. So it was almost like me and George are like thrown together. I mean, the guys that were, the production company, they were sort of like, they had to take care of work, and so it's like me and George are just like shooting the shit, all the time. And then, Brad started talking to us, and he was telling me this movie idea that he had, and he was normally very articulate, but he was so inarticulate for this. Me and George was just like, oh, yeah, okay. And it's just like that's another, like, if you understand what I mean, like George, he's very attentive to people, as he became known for, talking to people, waiting for his autograph and stuff.
Oh, yeah.
He was attentive, but it was also like the two of us being like, do you know what this guy's talking about? Because I haven't got a clue. So you could share those kinds of, like, I mean, he was really like a normal guy in that regard. And during shooting too, he was just like, is he the director? Because he's just sort of like a staff guy, He has he wasn't arrogant in any way, and
well, it's like you said, like him asking you what you thought of that. It's something that like Kubrick would have never done. It's like people, the directors would never do that. But George was just, I always heard that about George. Like on the set, he would always ask. I think Gornick is talking about it in Document of the Dead. I think he's like, oh yeah, he'll go to catering and ask them their opinion on things, and it's just like he's very collaborative.
Even like it was just a 2-day shoot, most of the shooting got done on the first day, and the second day was like a kind of like remaining shots and stuff. So I wanted to do my interview with George, and this is something I've wanted to do my entire life, So, but I was trying to be very respectful of the time, and I've never I read a book on like how to interview people, whatever. But so I said okay, George, can we do our interview now? And he goes, oh yeah, sure. They're all busy, doing setup and stuff. I'm not needed right now. Let's sit down over here. And I think I wrote this on the Zombie Farm. We got a couple of those like director's chairs, those canvas chairs you open up. So like we open these canvas chairs up. One is like a normal one. The other one is like this freaking towering canvas chair. And I'm like, and this George is a tall guy, I'm like, oh man. Here's another thing that's telling you, George. I'm like, we have these things looking. One is like here, the other one's like here, and I'm looking at this and going, well, he's the director. He should take the big one. But man, I'm going to break my neck looking up at this guy, and we're both just sort of, the two of us are just staring at this thing. I think it's also going through his mind. And then George just goes, I'll take the short one,
So you're on the same level at least.
So he sits down. Nobody sits down, but now I'm still higher than he is. That's how tall this chair is. Like the whole interview, I'm like, so, looking down, on George Romero, on this. And then,
Wow.
So I run through a bunch of questions, blah, 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 blah. And then I'm like, okay, thanks, and George is like, sort of, he's sitting there like this, he's like this. And, we're in the back of the jail set, and, the crew is like, the trucks are open and they're bringing in lights and they're bringing all this stuff and the catering's out there and everyone's like running around, and George is just sort of like this. And then I said, okay, thank you very much. That's all my questions. Thank you so much. And George doesn't even look at me. He just looks straight at me. He goes, what's the rush? I got time. Let's talk. I'm like, awesome.
Like the Godfather or something.
I'm like, awesome. And that's when I'm like bringing out my questions, like, talking about the long version of Dawn of the Dead. And, and that's where he's going, he goes, so, what's up with this director's cut? And he goes, oh, that's such a nonsense. That's like an early edit that I did for the Cannes Film Festival. It is not a director's cut. That's just a marketing thing that's come out, because of Cameron. Cameron was the guy that started bringing that with Terminator 2 and The Abyss, these director's cuts. But, and they still call it the director's cut in Japan. Other countries have stopped doing that. I keep bugging, stop it. Nobody calls it that anymore. But Japan is one of these places. Something gets in, it sticks. It's like impossible to get it removed. But no, and I was so happy because I always called the long version. And George is like, yeah, I did the long version. I'm like, he's calling it the long version. That's what I call it. I'm not crazy.
It's a simple way to put it. I think everybody knows what you're talking about.
No, now it's like officially like the Cannes edit or whatever.
Yeah, I've heard of it. It's like the Cannes cut, the extended cut I've seen over here. Yeah. Like there's a bunch of different types. It's like Season of the Witch. It's like some people say Season of the Witch, some people say Jack's Wife, and some people say Hungry Wives. It's just like whoever you ask. But I did want to ask you that, John. John Vulo brought this up last week or the week before last, whenever we did the roundtable. He wanted me to ask you about, so there's a really long cut of Dawn of the Dead. Which he I think he mentioned that he asked you about it some years ago, or if it was on Zombie Farm website. I can't remember what it was, but it's like the complete all the footage shot from Dawn of the Dead in one cut, which he... Well,
I asked George about this. I said, isn't, there like rumors that there's a much longer cut. And George said, he goes, that's nonsense. There is no long cut. I mean, there was a long one, which just on my editing block, there was just this thing on my editing block, but it was never copied. It was, then I cut it down, and then, then they made the, whatever you call the negatives for, running off prints and stuff. I can't remember the technical term for that, but he said there was never anything that was it only existed on my, you've seen the photos of him with that, that on his editing, because he was like old school editing guy
with the hand crank,
the only place that existed, if you could even call it that, because it didn't have the
Okay.
proper sound on it, wasn't sound mix. It was just, an early rough edit, and that's how it is. I mean, you edit these things and you bring them down. Like I told you before we got on, I'm subtitling a Japanese movie that I got it last week. It was 2 hours and 15 minutes. Then I got a new cut and it's 2 hours and it's still too long. They like cut this thing down, for Christ's sake, but and I've shot like movies myself, like independent things, but you start off with all the footage and then you just narrow it down. So that's all he was saying, but I heard it from the proverbial horse's mouth that didn't exist. There was that edit, that mall, whatever, after hours cut, someone put all the footage together. Wasn't it that German dope?
Yeah, it was originally like the red edition or something like that back in the day that somebody put together, because there's actually like a little documentary or something about it.
I'm going to complain about somebody that this German label Astro something, and the guy, he's made all these phony baloney movies and stuff, but what he had the audacity to do was he took the Perfect Collection, the Japanese, the booklet that I worked on, and he stole he just copied the pages, literally like Xeroxed, if people still use that term. He Xeroxed all the pages, my photos, and he replaced the Japanese text with German text. And I was talking to some German guy, and they were under the impression that it was the other way around, that the Japanese had stolen it from the Germans. Like, look at the release dates. And this guy is notoriously known for being like shameless, like a shame. Like, I don't even think he paid rights for the release, that Laserdisc release of Dawn of the Dead. Like, he just lifted it, and he just copied the Japanese Perfect Collection. But anyway, I mean, I believe, I can't remember his name right now, but I believe he's the one that did that first edit, with putting all the footage together.
Oh, okay.
Which honestly, I've never been able to make it through that. I mean, it's just like disjointed, and I don't know what the point is.
It's fun if you're a fan of the movie and you've seen the movie hundreds of times like we have. It's fun to see all the footage together and just to see it as like this one big complete thing. But yeah, it's really It's definitely not the cut to play for somebody who hasn't seen it before, because A, it's 2.5 hours long, and B, the music cues are so choppy and all over the place that it's just really distracting sometimes. It's just like, yeah, it's an interesting cut of, if for nothing else, just to see all the footage put together in one big thing.
Yeah, I always recommend that for newcomers to watch the American cut, the American theatrical cut. I think it's, the long version is great, but it drags a little bit, and the Argento version doesn't get, the American cultural points, about it. So I think Romero's version of that film, like he said to me, he said to me, you want to know what the director's cut is? It's the American theatrical release. That's my director's cut. You know? And I'm like, there you go. But in Japan, they still seem to prefer to show this longer version. I keep telling the companies here that release it to stop with the nonsense. I've done a lot of like screenings for Dawn, where I'll get up and I'll talk to the audience about Dawn. It's not I mean, I speak Japanese. I'm not the greatest speaker, but I'm very enthusiastic, as Larry can tell you. What did I did? In Shibuya, I did a screening of I hosted a screening of Dawn of the Dead, and I brought my piece, and I showed photos from the mall before the screening, and then I went into the audience and I made everybody in the audience it's like this block of marble was there. The vibrations, the essence of the production of Dawn of the Dead are in this block. Everyone touch this block. And I went, because one of these theaters with it was like 100-seater, 150-seater with an aisle down the middle, So going through and making everyone's reaching over and touching, all these Japanese people reaching over, touching it.
It's like what they used to do in school when they, all right, everybody pass it around, feel the texture, they do it in science class.
Like 2010, because I had done there's a thing called Yubari Film Festival, and it's up in Hokkaido, and that's actually where that character in Kill Bill, you know, the girl with the Saki Toriyama, Yubari Gogo. I mean, it comes from Tarantino was a guest at the film festival, so he named the character after the film festival. So I had films of mine had played up there, and they did a screening of Dawn one year, because what they were planning to do is, then when they came out with this, it was before they came out with this DVD set, and George George had been invited, and he was going to come, and he canceled. And he's actually invited to Japan several times. He accepted, and then he would cancel, and he never made it out here.
Oh, so George never actually visited Japan.
No, he never. But he was supposed to come to Yubari, and then at the last minute he canceled. So he had like a video message. So me and another guy, we hosted this show. I was so insanely drunk that night. And I'm like on the stage, I'm showing mall photos. I'm talking, I actually fell off the stage. Like I stepped off, I fell off the stage, jumped up on the stage, and I went right back into my talking. And then like the next day, people are coming up, can I have your autograph? That was like the most incredible stage talk I ever saw. And then after
action-packed, man.
And then after that, the same company asked me to do the Shibuya talk. You know, like it was like a couple of weeks later, they showed it in Shibuya, and they're like, "We'd love you to do the same talk that you did, but can you not drink this time?" You know, so yeah, so I did. You know, I mean, it was like
now you have that reputation. It's like, oh, it's the drunk guy that does all the talk. No, you got to go see him. He might fall off the stage. It's really
good. Has a reputation for being like a real like party film festival and stuff. I mean, I went several times. I've made like 4 or 5 movies, I guess, and two or three of them played up there, but I haven't shot anything since 2013. My wife doesn't want me to work on films because it's hard work, you know. Budgets are low, and that's why like doing subtitling. I really like the movie set, and I have to say, and I think I wanted to say this too, kind of, I mean, maybe we should be like wrapping this up, but when I was at Tom's place, you know, when I did a video interview with him for the last Blu-ray release here, we had a great time. Yeah, Chris helped out Stavrakis. I mean, Chris is another guy that, I mean, I think I forgot to mention him earlier, but I mean, Chris is one of my first like buddies in this, you know, when the internet just started up, you know, and Chris really had, you know, the first Dawn of the Dead website that he made. And before I even knew Chris, someone that had access to the internet. Wow, the internet, what is this thing? He had printed out Chris's website, and Chris did it at college. And I think the college erased it like when the new semester started. And unfortunately, I lost that printout, so he wasn't, you know, able to. He doesn't have a copy of it, but you know, Chris really had the first Dawn website. I believe My Zombie Farm was the second one, you know, and then the other ones like Homepage of the Dead, you know, other people, you know, took over, and then I stopped doing it in 2004, but I kept it up because I was getting into like professional filmmaking at that time. I was shooting my first film called The Idol at that time, and I just didn't have the time that I could devote to it like I had done for like 97 to 2004. Well, if you remember when Land of the Dead was coming out, and I was just writing bitch rants against Universal. It was so much fun. I mean, Universal was so rude to George, like, oh, well, we don't have the budget. You're going to shoot in Pennsylvania, so you're going to have to shoot it in Canada or South Africa, you know, and because of like tax rebates. And then we'll shoot it in Canada. Oh, the whole situation changed, and it would have been cheaper in Pittsburgh, but now you've got to cut your shooting day short because we don't have the budget for it, you know. And I'm just like calling them out. And if you remember that, like, Universal had their own Land of the Dead website, and they were linking to fan websites, everyone's except for mine, you know, because all I was doing.
I do vaguely remember that. Yeah.
I was just calling out their bullshit because it was bullshit. And, you know, I had my friend Scooter, who I'd mentioned, who wrote the thing. Scooter went up there to report for Fangoria, and he was like, oh man, it was like gatekeeper PR people, you know, it was all all the Hollywood studio shit that George always hates so much. You know, it was just like
Yeah.
arrogant, you know, staffers in there.
It's amazing to me that that movie turned out as good as it did, which, you know, I'm not going to say it's like a masterpiece or anything, but you watch it now and it's like, yeah, I mean, George was always appreciative of it. He liked his work on that, but it's amazing because it's literally everything you could tell. Like there's the interview that Michael Felsher did with George for the Season of the Witch release that Anchor Bay did, the DVD release over here. And he's doing an interview with George and you can tell George is just exhausted and just beaten down, just like it's like one of the worst moods I've ever seen George in. And Felsher's talked about this before, where he's just like, yeah, George was just not in the mood to especially like I'm sitting here like super. It was like, you know, 1-2 o'clock in the morning. It was after a long shoot on Land of the Dead, and I'm asking him about these two movies he doesn't care about. And you could tell it really comes through in that interview. So yeah, it's amazing that movie turned out as well as it did, because you could just see that movie just and you see it as soon as, you know, as soon as Land comes out, George runs right back and goes and does a $5 million Diary of the Day. He's like, all right, I'm getting away from all this shit. I'm gonna make something little again, you know.
Yeah, I mean, you know, if you remember, I wrote the first review for Land of the Dead because I'd gotten a rough edit VHS. A friend had brought it in from New York, and I'm not going to mention the name, but it had they burn your name in it so they know if bootleg copies come out who it came from. So I had to watch this thing, and I promised him I would give it back. He let me borrow it one night, and then I wrote that review on the zombie farm, and Ain't It Cool News picked it up, completely crashed my server, but I really loved it the first time I saw it. You know, like it had a lot of the George elements in it. You know, the thing about the film, you know, Dennis Hopper's performance, I think, is just no good. You know, it's just too low key. Didn't have like this kind of energy to it. You know, I forgot the other guy.
Phoned in.
Huh? Yeah, it's kind of phoned in. So that's unfortunate. That's what really, like, I think today hurts the movie is like his performance, because everybody else is really good. You know, the other guy, you know, the guy who was Luigi.
Leguizamo.
Yeah, he's so good in the movie. He's really good in the movie, and he was so enthusiastic when you read reviews. He's like, "This is his masterpiece. I am in a George Romero zombie movie." I mean, he knew what he was getting involved with, you know. And he's
like all those actors.
The other guy, he has one of my favorite lines in a movie ever. When everyone's like moaning and groaning, and he goes, "I don't have a story. Everyone has a sob story.
Yeah.
I don't have a story." I mean, I love that, because even people today in regular, we don't have zombies, but everyone's like moaning and groaning about this or that about their life, and I love that line. It's like, I don't have a sob story, you know. You know who I'm talking about.
Simon Baker.
Simon
Riley,
Baker, right?
Yeah.
But Romero kind of reused his Crazies relationship. You know, like the two main guys. You know, you got I'm so bad with these names. You know, the main guy who winds up being immune to the Crazies thing, and he's got his kind of dumb buddy with him.
Robert
so he
Joy,
kind of recycled that same relationship for Land of the Dead, you know, with the guy with the burnt face, you know.
Yeah.
But that aside, I mean, yeah, Simon Baker, he was great in the film, you know. No, I mean, the movie had just unfortunate, like, you know, Dennis Hopper just like, you know, sure, they got a name, but it was just like, he just seemed to like this like very flat delivery, you know, for a lot of his lines. So I felt kind of,
yeah, there were some lines that were definitely like I can't think of what the line is off the top of my head.
Even the zombies, they creep me out. You know, it's like, that's such a great line. But I mean, that was like maybe his like emotional peak in it. But even so, more like
he's digging his nose, you know.
They creep me out. Something a little more like, and I wasn't there. So, I mean, as you know, I've directed actors before, and I mean, you can lead them to water, but you can't make them drink, so to speak, you know?
Yeah.
You know, so I don't know what, you know, George, you know, was trying, what he was like up against, you know, for that. But, and it's not awful. It's just, you know, it just should have been the performance that really like, you know, made that movie, you know. And when you look back at that time, I mean, the movie was like overshadowed by Shaun of the Dead. It was overshadowed by the Dawn of the Dead remake, which is Matt Blasi's favorite movie.
Mine too. Are you a fan of the Dawn remake? Am I allowed to?
Are you high or something?
No, dude, I'm telling you, like doing this, like if I start talking shit about the Dawn remake, there will be people in the chat saying, "Oh, it's good. You're just biased." And I'm like, "You're damn right, I'm biased." It's like don't sell me a hamburger and call it steak. Like, you know what I mean? Like,
it's like, I mean, it's not like a poorly made movie, but it's just sort of like, I mean, it's a pointless movie. The zombie baby garbage. Even like James Gunn has apologized for writing that. And
it good. I didn't know that. I like him a little more now.
First of all, it was pointless. There was no need for that remake. The same way with like the Crazies remake. And here's a funny story. So Ving Rhames, right? He's a great actor. He's good in the movie. But I've met Ving when he was in college, and he was my best friend's college roommate. They were at Brockport University up in New York, and he was studying acting. And his real name is Irving, but it's like Ving is cooler, So like we would like sit in the dorm, and those dorms with like the two beds right next to each other.
Yeah.
And Irving would sit and he'd be like, like practicing his like, hello, my name is Irving. Oh, nice to meet you, Irving. Like just constant. I mean, and he's, he was studying acting, to him. But I always think like, God, if I had only known that he was going to be in this movie, somehow I could have interfered, and
maybe change the course of history. Because he was also in the Day of the Dead remake too.
Yeah, he was in that awful one. That's even worse. But I remember when Pulp Fiction came out. My friend, who was his roommate, he called me up. He goes, "Did you see Pulp Fiction? That's Irving, man. Irving's in that movie. He's doing it." He's doing it. Yeah, he was very successful.
Man.
Impossible movies, and I mean, he went pro. He studied, and good actor, and so, but he was very thin. He was a very thin guy. And now,
so he really bulked up then over the years.
Yeah, he bulked up. And I wouldn't say he's fat. He bulked up even like, and it's interesting. The Pulp Fiction opened in Japan before it opened in the U.S. One of the very few instances of that. So we saw, but I didn't even know that was him, on screen, until he called me up, because he was completely, I mean, this is already, I mean, I don't know, this is like early 80s when I met him. And then that was like 95 or something. And he looked different, from back then. But but he was in that remake, and I'm not a fan of it. I mean, everyone always says, the beginning is so good, but I'm not, and I think other people, I mean, you can like the film. I don't really care if people like the movie, I mean, that's everyone's prerogative. That's fine. I mean, really, I mean, they're just movies, and I mean, I like movies that people would be like, "Are you nuts?" I'm like, I just like the movie. Give me a break. But I mean, one of the points is like, the running zombie whole thing. The point is like, the thing I have against running zombies is it's trying to make the movie different from what a zombie movie is. I mean, the running zombie film is like, okay, we want this to be action packed. We want it to be about the action. And then slow moving zombies it's not about the action. They're not making action movies, if you understand like the difference. So the action movies are much more popular. I can understand, from a financial point of view, why they're going to go with running zombies.
Well, they saw the success of like 28 Days Later. Everything after 28 Days Later tried to be 28 Days Later. Like every zombie movie was, they're all howling like pterodactyls and running as fast as possible, and they're all trying to redo that by that point. Outside of like Shaun of the Dead and George's stuff.
Yeah, and it's more like when zombies are running at you, screaming. I mean, it's much more like, oh my gosh, but it's not fear. You're not feeling fear. You know what I mean? It's like this shock type of thing. It's like scare jumps in movies, it's not really you know, it's not the horror element. That's one of the reasons I think like the J horror stuff was so popular, because it was about that atmosphere, you know, getting this creepy atmosphere going, and you actually feel scared, you know,
Yeah.
not shocked, you know. So I mean, they were really like, with the Dawn remake, and then that whole running zombie thing was more about, not about the horror of the situation. Even though I consider Dawn of the Dead to be a science fiction film, I'm very in the minority on that. I don't consider it a horror movie. I consider Night of the Living Dead a horror movie, but I consider Dawn to be a science fiction film.
I'm kind of with you on
with
that.
horror
Like to me,
elements in it.
yeah, like Dawn is like a mishmash of multiple genres to me. Like it's an action film. It's got science fiction elements to it, horror, comedy. I mean, it's got everything. That's why I love the.
It's got it all, you know.
That's why I love the movie, man. It's like you have so many emotions in that, and it's so there's such deep subtext to it. Like even some that, like, I guess as a fan, I've maybe drawn more out of it than maybe George was intending, but it's there. I swear to God, it's there,
Oh,
man.
no, it's there. There's all, yeah, no, it's all over the place in a good way. In a good way.
Yeah.
Yeah, but anyway, it was just unfortunate that like the Dawn remake. I complained about that on Zombie Farm, was that the Dawn remake had more money, had a bigger budget, like $28 million budget, while the Land of the Dead had like 14
Yeah.
million. I mean, like, come on. I was writing crap, like, you know, are you guys on insane?
And the thing is, like, to me, Land of the Dead looks like the bigger movie. Like, the Land of the Dead looks like it has a bigger budget. It's wider scope. Like, you got the Fiddler's
No,
Green.
it's true.
You know, and that just goes to show how good George was at getting every dollar on the screen, which is what he had to do back in the day when he was working with. I mean, look at Dawn of the Dead, man. Dawn of the Dead. The budget on Dawn of the Dead is what, $500,000, really, 800,000, something like that.
Yeah, something like that. I mean, I can't remember. It might be up to 1.5 million, but that could also be bullshit. You know what I mean?
Well,
Like,
Rubenstein always said the real budget was way less than what it was reported, because he would tell people that the budget was like 1.5, 1 million.
yeah,
So
you're right.
So when he would go to get money for the next project, they wouldn't say, "Oh, you did Dawn of the Dead on $500,000." Well, we're not going to give you that much if you can do that with $500,000. But George was, you know, I still watch Dawn of the Dead now, and I'm just like, I'm seeing motorcycles going through a real mall. I'm seeing cars going through a real mall. I mean, I'm just like, you could never make that movie today.
Well,
There's no.
that was something that I
No
put inside my book on the mall, which I think I dropped on the floor here.
Yeah,
That I have discovered that the
That's
mall
fun,
themselves,
really.
they got 40 grand, they got $40,000 to use the mall, and then they got like 6 or 8% of the ticket sales. So the mall actually like really cleaned up. You know, they got, you know, they got a pretty penny for them using the mall on that. I can't
didn't know
remember
that.
where I
That's pretty
dug that up. I dug that up somewhere. But yeah, no, I mean, like, oh, I didn't realize that, you know, I thought it was just like the 40 grand, but they seem to have also finagled getting ticket sales. So whether they were gross sales, you know, or because, you know, whatever, or net, I'm not a business guy, but I think they did pretty well by it. And that's what I was saying. Ironically, in a way, like that first time when I talked to the manager at the mall, like, we don't want to be associated with this. And now the mall is like, Dawn of the Dead was shot here, you know, come, you know. So
well, it brings me to the question. Oh, sorry, I was just, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, like, you know, like we were talking about, where is the mall? Now you look on Google Maps and it's like, shopping mall with, you know, horror history on it. It's like labeled on Google Maps now. You kids today.
Yeah, I mean, there's a mural there that, you know, there's the George bust. They have the Living Dead Museum in there now, like, you know, and of course they do Living Dead Weekend there multiple times a year. Which brings me to we'll wrap it up with this question, because I think it's a question everybody wants to know. And I think you mentioned earlier that you're planning on making at least one more trip to the mall before the end. And Matt was asking earlier if you had plans on coming back to the mall before it's gone.
I do. What we're trying to do here is we're trying to organize like a farewell group to go to the mall. you know, and I was talking to Kevin, you know, like, should we go during the Living Dead weekend, you know, or not? And I really, like, we're still in the planning stages, and I've got to get over there at least one more time.
You got it.
Here's my sob story. So me and my wife, when we were living together for a long time, then we finally decided to get married, and we had it in 2020, I guess. We had it all arranged. We're going to go to the mall. We're going to get married in the clock tower center right over there. I had my friend who I mentioned before, Scooter, is like an ordained minister. He was going to do the services. We arranged it with the mall. They said, okay, that we could get married in the clock tower area right there. And then COVID happened. So that plan got destroyed.
You said 2020. I knew where that story was going. I was like,
but that summer we were planning to get married, you know, at the mall, which is be like a dream of mine, you know. So I mean, everyone has their COVID sob story, so I'm not saying mine's worse than anybody else's. But somehow, you know, have to get over there one more time. It's a haul from Japan, let me tell you. You know, it's not even, I mean, how we've done it before is we've flown to New York, then we've taken a bus over, you know. So I know that the Pittsburgh, they call themselves an international airport. I don't know if there are direct flights from Tokyo, or, you know, usually anything on the East Coast, you have to switch somewhere.
Yeah, so, I don't think so.
And last year, I mean, I went to Italy 3 times last year. I went to the Canary Islands last year. We go to the Days of the Dead show a couple times. I bring the actress who played the ghost girl in The Grudge over for the signing things. And we're actually going to be in is it Indiana? They do the Days of the Dead.
I think they do one in Indianapolis, I think.
Indianapolis, that's it. We're supposed to be there this summer to go over there. Maybe the director Shimizu will come with us as well.
Well, hey, if I'm in Indiana, so if you're coming, like, let me know. I'd love to. Cause I don't know if I'll get to meet you at the mall or anything, but that's right down the road from me. So
with Matt in Atlanta, and that was really good. That was like the best thing that came out of that, was like meeting up with Matt and just, you know, hearing Matt tell me how important the zombie farm was to him. I mean, it really, like, I made that for my own sanity. You know, I was actually in a marriage, not a good marriage. And it was like, that was my way to kind of keep myself sane, you know, and express my love for Romero stuff, while my wife was like, get a job. I had a job, but I mean, get a real job, you know, like work at a company, get a bonus, you know, like go, you know. And I'm not saying like she's wrong. It was just like, I've never been that type of person, you know.
Right.
Why are you expecting me to be like that? I mean, you know what I'm about. You know, I like to do my own thing, you know. And actually, just before I finish answering this question, I wanted to just add that, because when I was up with meeting Tom, you know, doing that interview, and I've met Tom a lot, and we see him at these shows all the time. And my wife loves Tom. She like hugs him to death and stuff. You know, Tom is Tom. And but when I was at his place, you know, it's 2019, and it was great. Chris was there, you know, Savrakis, Chris was there, a bunch of us were shooting stuff, and Tom was like, I owe everything to George. My whole career, you know, it was because of George. And I'm like, you know, I'm not on your level, but I can say the same thing. You know, I can say the same thing. It was my love of Dawn that got me onto the Biohazard set, the Resident Evil set, then meeting the Fangoria, meeting Anthony Ferranti, who directed all those Sharknado movies, you know, went on to do that. And then by being on these sets, that's how I met filmmakers, and I got involved with this stuff. And then I directed my own stuff, doing set photography stuff. And now I subtitle Japanese movies. But it all started, you know, I never gave up my love of Dawn of the Dead. I didn't know if it was going to lead to anything, but actually that's what led to where I am. I'm not like sitting on the top of the world or anything like that, but I have,
but you're where where you want to be, though.
I mean, it's good work, and it all, you know, was led my love of Dawn of the Dead and my love of George Romero movies is what, you know, put me on this path. I didn't see it at the time, but somehow I just believed. I mean, Dawn is what brought me into this. You know, like I said, Capcom was looking for a guy like me, and they only knew that because of writing that I had done and my enthusiasm, writing a letter to the company, being on TV, because no man, you don't get it. Let me read you let me tell you how it is, with George Romero and Dawn of the Dead. But anyway, I just wanted to add that, that I'm really, even though George is no longer with us, I'm one of the reasons I do the GARF stuff is more to keep George's memory alive in Japan. When I go to events, I talk about George, I show photos of George, I print up these books. I'm trying to do what I can as one guy, to keep his memory, active.
Same here.
And
Same
but
here.
anyway, about going, so we're going to have a meeting next month about how we're going to handle this. I'd like to get like 10, 15, Japanese fans together who haven't been to the mall, go out. I've decided not to go during Living Dead weekend because, one thing, there are no hotels anymore. The Radisson is like what it was, the Radisson back during Dawn shooting, whatever that became.
Doubletree.
The Doubletree, right.
Yeah,
I've stayed, that's now gone. It's there, but not a hotel anymore. And like when I was there with Larry, we didn't stay there. We stayed at another place, like a mile away, So I'm thinking like it must be. Where do people stay during Living Dead weekend in Pittsburgh?
Well, we used to stay at the Doubletree, but they closed that. I can't tell you the feeling I had when I got to my room the first time going to Living Dead weekend, first time visiting the mall. In my hotel room, you look out the window, the mall. And I'm just sitting there, like, I was sitting there with my fiance, and I'm just sitting at the window, just staring. And she's like, "What are you doing?" I'm just like, "Just enjoying the view, honey. I'm just enjoying the view." It's like, it's the best view I've ever had in a hotel. But mostly, like, they have a block of rooms that open up at the Residence Inn, which is like right down the road. There's a few hotels around there. Of course, you always got the Red Roof Inn if you want to stay on the cheap. But yeah, there's a few hotels around there. But
well, I think what we'll probably wind up doing is, since we're going to have like a group of people, we'll probably get something in Pittsburgh and then take a bus, because it's not it's, what is it, like 20-30 minutes?
Yeah, it's
door to door. So probably do something like that. And I'd also like to, I want to talk to Larry. I don't know if he's still around, but I want to talk to Larry because I know he's rented buses. I'd like to bring everyone out to Evans City, for one, because I'm getting up in years. This is going to be like my last hurrah. I'll be 67 this year, so I want to, it's like if Norman England, he passed away, 67, people would be like, yeah, people live that long.
you don't seem to do. 67 is the new 37, I guess, because you don't come up with 67.
I was a kid in the 60s, in the 1960s, when I'd meet people that were 60, they look like people that are like 80 and 90 today.
Right? Yeah. It's like when I was a kid, you see somebody that's 60, you're like, oh, that's somebody's great grandfather, and it's like, no, it's like you meet somebody like you, and you're just like, it's incredible now. I don't know.
Yeah, well, you never know, but that's what I mean. I want to make sure that I get this, one last big trip in there. I want to see Matt. I'd like to somehow see Larry again. I want to see Chris again. There's, if we can see Tom again, my wife would be very happy. I would be too. We're always like, when you do these Days of the Dead thing, we hang out with Tom, and he's fun. He's very nice to the two of us. He's very nice to the two of us. So I have nothing to complain. He's such a great host when we did the interview for the Day of the Dead, and it was so funny because it's like we're going there with Chris, and Chris is like, I love Chris. He's not like the most punctual person in the world. As a guy who works in movies, I'm very punctual. Tom said, be at my place at noon. And yeah, Matt was there, and I left early, and it was almost a disaster because I had to pay Tom. We had budget for Tom, and it was like some holiday was on, and I went to get money out of my American bank account, and they're like, overextended, and I'm like, what the fuck? So Matt took me to a bank, and I was like, okay, we got to be at Tom's place in 40 minutes. and there's like this long line at the bank. I'm like in panic mode. Somehow I got some guy. We went into his office. He cleared my account that I could take out money. You know, like I had already like maxed out. You have like a day limit of like $1,000 a day or something. We pulled it off. And luckily, because I left early, we got to Tom's like 5 minutes to noon. So then right at noon, I go up, I ring Tom's bell. Tom opens the door. He's got like his watch out. He goes, "It's exactly noon. It's exactly noon." Because I guess because Chris was involved, like he was expecting us to be late or something like that. Tom, he said, "Be here at noon." We're like, "Here," you know, but he was so impressed. He was like in the state of shock, you know, over this. And we had a great time. I mean, you know, Tom's Tom, you know, I mean, I just actually got his Night of the Living Dead, you know, the new Blu-ray set that came out.
It's a good set.
I saw that on opening night with a bunch of friends in Manhattan at the Dwayne Reed theater. You know, they're the ones that screwed over Night of the Living Dead. You know, the Walter Reed. Excuse me.
Walter Reed. There you go. Yeah.
The Walter Reed. It was at one of the last Walter Reed cinemas in Manhattan. We saw the Night of the Living Dead on opening night. And I love that movie. It's not as good as the first one, but it's got, and that ending was just so. I love the ending of that film. You know, the guys in the trees with the arrows in the eyes and whatever. You know.
Yeah. It's like it's almost like it's like those are the guys that end up, you know, raiding the mall at the end of Dawn, and the ones that you see when they pass over with the
all over again, you know.
Yeah.
I actually, you know me, it's a never-ending. When I talk about Romero, it's never. Here's the thing I did in this book, because I was trying to keep like a Romero feeling, but right in the beginning, I have it: Saga of the Dead, eat the rich. You know, and here's the thing I did too, and I don't know if you noticed on the calendar, but this font, I use this font a lot. This is the font on the end roll of the Argento cut.
That's right. Yeah.
So I use this familiar. Font as like a little sort of like, yeah, it's a good one to use. It's still Dawn. I mean, you could argue if it's Dawn or not, but it is.
It's zombie. See,
it's part of the Romero history. But anyway, so, you know, like I said about us going out there is to try to get this group, and I'd like to do it like October, November, when it's back at that kind of dead feel outdoors, you know.
Yeah, you got to go back, man. You if anybody has to go back, like nobody, like. It's like, I think I was saying this in a group chat earlier with Matt Landrum, Paul Farver, and I was just saying, it's like, you know, I'm really excited to have Norman on the show because, like, I grew up, like I said, on Zombie Farm. Like, your name has always been so synonymous with Romero's films to me personally, because it's most of what I know and what I've learned over the years comes from guys like you and Larry and Blasey, and it's like I get starstruck just talking to guys like you. Like it's cool meeting, you know, the actual actors.
I appreciate it
and stuff like that. But it's like, and nobody, you know, I think it's, you know, you and what Larry does now with the tours and all that. It's like you've almost immortalized that mall in a way that's like, you know, nobody else could. And I think that you got to get back out there for one last hurrah. Like it breaks my heart that it's going away. We all knew it would at some point, but you got to do it, man.
But the mall culture is dead. It's still thriving in Japan. I mean, we're always behind the times here, but it's taking hits from Amazon and, you know, those, you know, I mean, never imagined back in the 70s, you know, it was like you hang out at the mall on the weekend. I mean, everybody's there, you know, because we didn't have, I mean, we had phones, of course, you know, but you knew if you went to the mall, your pals would be there, you know, and you bumped into them that way. But I mean, that's all, you know, it's a thing of the past, but, you know, I got to get out there. So one way, either I do it with this group or we scrape some money together just to go on our own somehow. You know, like I said, I've been traveling a lot, but my wife's a manga artist, so her publishers pay for all our trips, and they pay
There
for
you go.
hotels.
You
That's
got to
how I
work
could go
something in there with Monroeville. See,
3 times in 1 year. I mean, I love Italy.
that's one of my dream destinations. It is Italy. I've never been, and before I die, I want to go at least once. So
No,
I'm
I didn't even,
envious.
I mean, I only went the first time was November of 2024 at a thing called Lucca Comic and Games, which is like Europe's biggest comic game and, you know, manga event. And my wife's publisher has a big, they're a big Italian publisher. And boy, man, I just loved Italy. And then over this, then we went in September last year. We went to a town above Rome called Terni to event, and then the week after that, we went over to Sicily for another event. They were like wound up being like back to back, so we were there for like 2 weeks, and then we were just back again. Like 3 weeks later, we're back again at Lucca for 2025. You know, and we stayed in this her publisher rented out this villa, which was like out of Suspiria, paintings on the walls, you know, like flower paintings.
That's
on the
my
walls.
dream, man. That's my dream.
No, incredible, like the valley below with mist in the morning. I'm trying to pretend it's my villa, you know. And no, and it's the coffee is great, the food is great, and other Europeans that I talked to, I haven't met anybody that's like complained about Italy. You know, like when we were in the Canary Islands, which is part of Spain, the Spanish people are like, God, I love Italy. I spend as much time as I can in Italy. On the other hand, everyone complains about the French.
Oh, yeah.
Like, it seems like no one has anything good to say, even though French culture is wonderful. I mean, they're just everyone bitches about the French, but I haven't heard anyone really complain about Italy in any way. You know, the art is great. Yeah, when we went to Italy the first day, because Lucca is kind of far from Rome, but we flew into Rome, and I arranged with her publisher to spend one night in Rome so we could go to Profondo Russo, you know, the Dario Argento store, which is run by Luigi Cozzi, you know, who directed Contamination and Star Crash. You know, he was also Argento's AD on a lot of films. I'm a big Alien Contamination fan. I mean, I love that movie. It is so friggin' weird. So I wrote in advance, like, we're going to come in from Japan. Will you be there? He wrote me back in English. Oh, yeah, I'll be here. And so I have these things that I made. I'll show you. I have a sticker of it right here. Like, as a big fan, have you ever seen Alien Contamination?
I have not, actually.
And I'm talking to you? But in the film, so
I'll get on it, I promise.
They have these and there's all this great goblin music in it. You know, the distributor just lifted all this goblin music.
Is that the one with?
No, they have like actually real goblin music. They have legitimate goblin music. I'm sorry, Night of the Zombies. The distributor just threw in.
No, I do love that one.
Goblin without Claudio Simonetti, but I love the music in that soundtrack. It's incredible. But there are these like eggs that come from these Brazilian, I guess it's Brazil or South American coffee farm, and they've got these alien eggs in them. So I took the label off of one. This is like the label on the thing, and I made these T-shirts. Also, I have these are stickers, and I made T-shirts. I only made 20 of these, but I go into Profondo Russo and Luigi Cozzi's like sitting behind. It's a small shop. He's sitting behind the counter, and I walk in. And he kind of looks at me like half interested, and I just go like this. He just starts cracking up, and there's a woman next to him, like, you know, in Italian. I could tell by her expression. She's like, "What? You know, what's so funny?" And he's like, you know, like, let me explain. You know, and I gave him a shirt, and I gave him a bunch of stickers like that. He gave me in return. He gave me a Alien Contamination egg badge, so I got that as a little like.
Now, so that's the one with Ian McCullough, right?
Oh yeah, it's one of his, like, the Ian McCullough trilogy.
That's on the list. Yeah, that's one of the
It's
video
like
nasties.
And God, I'm sorry, these conversations never end, but like Zombie, I saw Zombie when it first in the theater when it came out. Like me and my friend, we were already big Dawn fans. This is 1980, so we went to see Zombie, and we came out of the theater like, and that is such a good movie. I mean, it's a wonderful film.
It's one of my favorites.
Yeah, Zombie's fantastic, and we came out of the theater again like in shock, and we get into my car. I had this little VW Bug. We get into the car. We're sitting there. My friend goes, "Let's be zombie fans." And I'm like, what does that even mean? I mean, there are hardly any zombie movies to speak of. You know what I mean? Like, I mean, back then it was like Night of the Living Dead. You had, the British one, the Let Sleeping Corpses Lie.
Yeah, Living Dead at Manchester Moor.
That one. Then you had those sort of the Spanish ones with the skeletons on the horses, but we never saw any of. We didn't even know those existed back then. And then I found out there's like some zombie movie I didn't see until maybe 10 years ago that was like prisoners who get exposed to like DTT and they become like zombie guys. But yeah, it's like called like Garden of the Dead or something like that.
Yeah. I've heard of that. I've never seen it, but I've heard of that one. Yeah,
it's pretty good. But I mean, and then we had Dawn of the Dead, and we had now Zombie. You know what I mean? Like, how is that even a thing? How is that even a thing? Now I forget about it. I mean, there's more zombie movies than you could spend a lifetime watching these things. But it was just kind of, I thought it was kind of cute in hindsight. Like, let's be zombie.
Well, man,
fans.
I mean, think about it, man. You're coming off of Dawn of the Dead. You're coming off like right around that same time. You get Fulci's Zombie. It's like, hell yeah, man. What, like, if any time period's going to turn you into a zombie fan, like that's the time to officially.
Those two movies, and then I mean, we didn't have a lot in the 80s, and I mean, then of course 85 we got Day, and we also got Return of the Living Dead, which completely overshadowed Day, unfortunately. And I know they're running zombies in Return of the Living Dead, but it works in the frame of the story, what the story is trying to do. So I have no problem with running zombies in that film. And other things, you could say like Demons is that was also 85. I saw that a bunch of times because my office is right in Times Square, and I'd step out. It was like a cornucopia of movie theaters.
Take your pick, that would have been amazing.
Really great. I mean, I've
always kind of considered Demons a zombie movie. It's not technically a zombie movie, but it plays out like a zombie movie, No,
I mean, I love that film. I love. Yeah, I love that movie a lot. The soundtrack's great on it.
Oh yeah.
That's all those Italian ones. Well, and of course, then there's also Dr. Butcher, which is like 80. I didn't see that in the theater, unfortunately. I worked on the Blu-ray release here. I wrote a big article about that. Yeah, no, I mean, it was fun. I mean, they were one of the things I'm not happy to get older, but I'm happy like when I was born, because I kind of feel like for younger people, like you just suddenly jump into this thing. Where do you start? You're drowning in films and genres that have been around, like Star Trek. I've been watching Star Trek since day one in 1966, so I've been able to go through it in a very I don't say slow fashion, but take it in as it's coming. But if suddenly I jump into it, there's like 790 hours of Star Trek. I don't
know. For me personally, it's not like I don't like a lot of new stuff. Like I always kind of regret, like I'm like, oh, I could have got in on the ground floor of that or whatever. But it's just like I'm more interested in the older stuff. So it's like, and I feel like you got to be a certain type of person. Like I would much rather watch a Jack Hill film from 1969 than watch whatever is in theaters now. Like I'd rather just but that's just me. But I think it's just one of those things. It's like it's just part of your personality. It's kind of like it become like. Because I'm younger, I'm 37 now, I guess, whatever. But like I still like my choice in movies have always been older films. Like Dawn of the Dead was my calling. Night of the Living Dead, old horror film, like all that's always been my thing. Like now when I watch a movie, I feel like an old man because I'm just like it doesn't compute with my brain for some reason. I don't
Yeah,
know.
no,
But
I mean, I finally feel a generation gap in like just in really in these past 3 years, watching people's relationships. Like what is that film? And it wasn't a bad film, the one with the hand, you touch the hand.
oh yeah, talk to me.
Talk to me, right? Like there was such a strong social media presence, inside the film. And like social media is such a presence in films these days, and I really just don't relate to it. I can't understand this thing that's just sort of like bubbled up, and it's all consuming, and it's always been like in storytelling, books and cinema. It's always been, you've got your family, you've got your friends, you've got your work relationship, and then of course you've got strangers, that interact and things. But now social media is a part of this like social dynamic. You can't get away from it, and for me,
Yeah.
it's really, I mean, it saddens me, I mean, I think it's like, that we're like, and shitification, the social media is getting worse and worse. It's like I don't really do a lot of YouTube anymore because I think YouTube is like taking advantage of people, people's desire to have creative outlooks, so they've given this kind of like palette to people, and they take advantage. That's why I don't do a lot of posting on Facebook anymore. I have a Patreon account because I feel like when I write long posts, I'm actually now working for Meta for free by keeping people engaged in their platform. The same thing with Twitter. Unfortunately, Twitter is more active in Japan than anything. That's the big platform in Japan. But and Twitter's also become like, it's just an aggressive, extreme views, like it's just like
Twitter's really bad about that. Like Facebook, I've noticed is like Facebook has gotten to the point where it's just people sharing things. You don't really see a lot of people
but there's so many ads. I grew up, like I said, in the 60s, 70s, and 80s. I was inundated with TV commercials, but I've never seen more commercials in my life that I'm subjected to these days by if I'm playing a game on my phone or I'm opening Facebook. I look at Instagram, Twitter. I'm like, oh my God, I see more ads today than I've ever seen in my entire life. And I don't even know what are ads and what are not ads anymore because they're so masked, by being,
and the
not
scary thing
ads.
is they are like specifically tailored for you.
Yeah.
Like, that's the scary thing.
No, I mean, I look at it, but that's why I said it. Like I started a Patreon account where I can write about, I mean, mainly I write about three things. It's like experiences in Japan, George Romero stuff, and Godzilla stuff. And I cover events, that I go to, but I feel like, I charge like $3 a month, and people, and I don't have to, I can control, put photos there. I feel like I'm doing this for myself. I don't make a lot of money out of it, but I enjoy doing it. I just did a piece on seeing Night Stalker. It was just like the 50th anniversary of Night Stalker, which is, I still consider one of the greatest TV movies of all time. I mean, it was like Night of the Living Dead. It was another one that brought the first one that brought vampires into a modern setting. It was really influential. And so I wrote a piece about seeing it on opening night with me and my dad, and what it did, how it changed things, and I don't want to do that on Facebook because I feel like now I'm just giving my writing away to Meta, because I'm a professional writer, and I mean, I'm not knocking people that do post on it, but I just feel now that in the past 3 years that's been taking advantage of people. And I think other like YouTubers are waking up to that fact that if you don't really have those numbers, those big numbers, they're not going to promote you anymore. They're not going, the algorithms working against you. So I really think it's like, I mean, it's turning into this like my brother wanted to be an actor, and he always imagined himself, he's going to walk down the street and the director's like, that's the face I'm looking for. I'm like, yeah, it happens, but it really, I mean, it does happen, but it happens to like 1 in like 5 to 10 million people. You know what I mean? You can't, and now these accounts, like these big accounts, have become like that kind of thing. Well, I did it. well, this guy did it, I can do it too. But no, you're not going to be able to do it, because it's not. It used to be fair. The system was fair. You go back 10 years when it was starting. So that's what they call, that term enshittification, where the systems now work against the audience and then start like working against the advertising people. But I mean, it's gotten bad, in my opinion. So, I don't, I did this one because, I wanted to talk to you. I rarely talk about, George. As you can see, I'm like myself, as Larry pointed out, visibly excited. We're over 3 hours. And I enjoy doing it. So I'm not knocking it. I'm not knocking your channel. I'm knocking I feel saddened that, you put a lot of effort into this type of stuff. And I think you're not getting, Google gets more out of it than you get out of it financially.
For sure. Yeah.
Taking advantage of people's desires to create things and to be noticed. I mean, I just see, like, talking about Twitter, I mean, you just see out and out lies about political things. All they're trying to do is like connect to a certain audience, pull those numbers in, that they can grow this whatever it takes to grow their own following, and then usually it's like niche, targeting niche things. I mean, we're a niche thing here, but we don't mean any harm to anybody. You know what I mean? We're talking about movies, and even if it's like, well, I don't like the Dawn remake. I mean, it's not like, okay, kill that person. I mean, we're not like nothing like that. It's like, okay, I think you're kind of nuts, but I mean, they're just kind of movies, So I mean, we're not like in some sort of like, it's the next American Revolution is not going to start because of disagreements over
the Dawn remake.
The Dawn remake. Matt Blasey might have an opinion on that.
Yeah, that you might have sparked an idea there with Blasey, which Blasey will be on the channel next week, guys, for collecting the dead. We're gonna be Blasey's first time on the channel, so I'm gonna have Blasey on, and we're gonna dig into his collection.
My Dawn collection. I mean, it was so. I have to say that. I mean, back in the day. I mean, actually, here's two cool things that I have. I put them in these things to keep them kind of safe. I've got a Dawn of the Dead script. I mean, this is what it was like back in the day. I mean, you go to these Fangoria things, and you'd be lucky if you found a still. But I found a final shooting script of Dawn of the Dead. Ooh. And this is like a real deal, not a copy. I got it for $20. I got this one for $20. You're in those lucky
back in the day, man. $20.
And I have the green logo Dawn poster. I was like at a Fangoria thing. I was like, green? I've never seen green before. So I bought it $20. I'm like, oh,
I have one too. I spent a little bit more than $20 on it. I'll just say that.
I also have a day script too that I picked up. It's another one. It was like $20. You can tell that these are not like they're copies, of course, but I mean they're not like what you get now, like Xerox copies.
Yeah.
This one, the third version, second draft, September 21st, 1984. So I mean, I have a couple little things. That's what was so great when that Dawn of the Dead came out in Japan in 95. I go down, Japan always has goods, for stuff. And it was like, oh my God, there's like a Dawn of the Dead jacket. There are stickers. There are this. I bought everything. I was like, I'd never seen anything like that, but Japan's always, been a big like market for making stuff,
I think that was another little thing about Dawn of the Dead that always attracted me to it when I first discovered it was you didn't see a whole lot of stuff. Like you see a lot of Halloween stuff everywhere. You see a lot of, Friday the 13th stuff everywhere. But like when I was first getting into this stuff and trying to find, like if I came across anything Dawn of the Dead in the wild, it was like, I gotta have that. I pick it up because it was just rare. You didn't see a lot of it. I remember seeing a original one sheet for the first time, and it blew my mind. Like I didn't think these things existed in my world because I grew up in Kentucky. Like right. You don't see a lot of stuff like that. Like you would like New York or something like that. So
I was
So it was
kind of
always
lucky
just felt like my little secret or something, you know.
because I was living in Manhattan in the 80s, and that's like a center. You know, all
Oh
the
yeah.
conventions are held there, so I could go to these things, and so I consider myself lucky in that way as well. I have a Day of the Dead T-shirt, you know, came out in the theater, and I still have an unopened one. I'll probably sell it at some
Really?
point. But I mean, yeah, like Dawn, one of my dreams was like with my band, I had a band in New York. It's like, if we ever make it and I get rich, I'm going to open a Dawn of the Dead store in like the Lower East Side. It doesn't have to make money. I just want it to exist. You know, with one posters on the wall, you know, whatever. I mean,
Oh
Kevin
yeah.
kind of did, you know what I mean? It doesn't, but my thing is, it doesn't have to make money. I just want this to exist.
You just
You
want to
know,
hang out there. You just want to have a
yeah,
place
that
to hang out.
happened, but that was one of my, you know, one of my dreams. But yeah, I mean, Dawn. That's why, you know, myself too. I try to make Dawn stuff, and the mall. I'm less than having like Dawn of the Dead stuff. I like having getting mall stuff. You know, I
Mhm.
like. What did I just get? I just got like, um, yeah, I just got a. There's the shop, Your Father's Mustache. You
Oh
know,
yeah,
the
yeah.
him.
I saw you post that on.
You saw
Yeah.
that? I got the printing block for the. You know, like someone had it on eBay. I grabbed
Wow.
that thing. You know, like. You know, and getting the postcards of the mall, which I've always wanted, or you know, whatever I can find on the mall. I find that more, even though it's not Dawn of the Dead, but it's even
But it is.
more Dawn of the Dead than like a cup with, you know, the zombie on the thing, or a phone
Yeah.
case with a zombie on it. I find this more like, for me, it's more like anything from the mall is like more Dawn than stuff that has Dawn of the Dead printed on it. You
Oh
know,
yeah. I
so
fully agree. That's why when I got bought the Ice Palace skates from that woman in Monroeville, I remember as soon as I saw the post, I was on Facebook Marketplace. As soon as I saw it, I messaged her real quick,
that's
and
beautiful.
and I,
And the TV behind you, you know, I was
yeah,
admiring that earlier. I got to get me one of those. You know, I mean, that's the type of stuff that are like, yeah, the collectibles that I'm interested in. You know, I mean, there was
yeah.
that boom in 2004. You know, there was like the Dawn of the Dead belt that came out,
Hmm.
and calendar, and I have a couple of these items. I kind of missed them because I was, you know, in Japan. I picked up some stuff here and there. I have a wallet. I have a Dawn of the Dead wallet I've never used.
I used
You
to have
know,
one of those. I wore it out because I used it. That was my wallet for years, I
yeah,
think.
I think I've got it. I think I have it like right here. But like I said, so I mean, you know, kind of like the other things I said, like, you know, making these acrylic stands. So I try to make these
Hmm.
stands to be representative of the film in a way that you know, you wouldn't like having, like, here. It's like when you say that somebody's like, yeah, this is from Dawn of the Dead, they're going to be, in what world is this connected to Dawn of the Dead? But if you get it, you get it. And those are the things that I like, you know,
Yeah,
much more
those are my
than,
favorite things too. That's why I love Paul's collection because he's got nothing but all those little
well,
like if you know you know type of things.
yeah, Paul, where is my zombie wallet? Paul must have broken into my apartment and stolen it from me. No, and I don't, you know, I don't get, how can I say, competitive with other people. I don't think, especially if like you're a Romero fan, it's not about competition. You know, I
Yeah.
mean, that's like, you know, we're all here, should all be here to support each other. We should be grateful, you know, for other people's, oh, I found this, you know, okay, wonderful, you know.
Hmm.
I want to get it too, but it's not like, oh, I'm going to hate that frigging guy. I get a lot of that from the Godzilla community because of my involvement, the
Oh,
American
really?
Godzilla community because of my personal involvement with the production. Some people just can't
They're
seem
just
to
like it's
handle
not
that,
fair.
you know. And that's what one of the things I like about, even though I was on a set with George Romero, I was not a staff member. You know, I was kind of like, I mean, I was taking photographs, so I guess in a way you could say I was a staff member. But you know, I'm still a fan. You know,
Yeah.
that's, so when it comes, and even though I do the GARF stuff, you know, I'm still like a fan. So I think we're all like fans here, and that we should be like supportive of each other. Um, you know, and we should
Yeah,
be
absolutely.
grateful that that other fans exist. you know, because that's, we can keep this.
I
don't wanna
say
say,
that all the time. It's like
community.
I've spent most of my life the lone Dawn of the Dead. Like I grew up with friends and stuff. We were into music. I used to play in bands and all that. And but I was always the zombie guy. Like oh, Mike likes that zombie stuff. He likes, and nobody would ever talk. And now it's like all my closest friends I've met through either doing this channel or met at the Living Dead Weekend. And it's like I found my people. We speak the same language, type of thing. And it's like I'm not, if you love Dawn of the Dead, if you love Romero, like we're friends, we're cool. There's too few of us to be, warring against each other for any reason.
Yeah, no, speaking of which I have Vinny Vox, right?
Yeah.
So here's a funny story with Vinny. I mean, so my band, we were playing up at this college called, was it Brock University, something in Manhattan. So we're playing a show, and we hired a guy to do our sound. He was like a local, because I was involved like Folk City, the music scene in Manhattan. So we hired this guy to do our sound, and for soundtrack we were doing dun 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 dun. We're doing this, and my singer, who's not involved in this, was just the band. He goes to the sound guy. He goes, he says something. Oh, that's from this movie, Dawn of the Dead. And he goes, oh, I was in that movie. It was Vinny.
No.
And I'm like, I can still remember. I'm on stage, we're playing this thing, and he's like, Norman, this guy is in Dawn of the Dead. I'm like, get the fuck out of here.
You just thought it's like one of those things where it's like everybody, oh yeah, I was in Night of the Living Dead, I was this, I was that.
Yeah, but I mean, yeah, that's like this. I know, just when you said that, just reminded me that. But just the like,
what are the odds?
Yeah, but yeah, Vinny. I mean, we're pals on Facebook. I mean, he's getting up there. He's a little older than I am. Yeah, because he was at university at that time, and yeah, no, he was and he still is, a musician. He was like a folk guy. He was part of the scene. That's how I knew him. I'd see him play. I think that's part of my collection too. I have like an invite, like to one of his shows, like So I collect stuff like that, even though it's like not Dawn of the Dead. You know what I mean? It's still like connected to people in Dawn. And I think that is something, maybe you could say like the Star Wars community. I'm not involved with that at all, but they're a little more about the, the some of the oddities and the roots that spread out from it.
Yeah, I don't know, man. It's a weird.
Dawn seems to be a little unique in that way.
Yeah, I've always thought that, because like I don't know, man. I don't have a passion or a love for a film, any other film, than like I do with Dawn or any of other George's stuff, really. But it's like, so I don't know personally, but I just feel like it's hard to believe that they're like hardcore fans of Scream or something that are. Well, I'm sure they're out there, but are they really going as deep and as Romero's fans? I don't know, but
one of the things that maybe we're not. I mean, I feel bad for George, but if I can just pull this book out, I can show you. I've got it right here. This is my third Romero book, my last one, and I did. This is my last ad book. I did like this. These are photos I took of George on this set, and this is actually another photo I took of George at the Four Seasons. But yeah, this one, is like all. These are like ads from. Back then, going through the history of stuff. But one of the things I did here is like, this is all his movies. I mean, he didn't make a lot of movies, really.
Yeah.
And, in the ending of it, like, oh my God, when I put this together, I'm like, this is everything. It was really.
Yeah, I mean, I was going to say, well, yeah, but you got the amusement park there too.
And even that's not like really like a movie. It's the closest thing. But I mean, it's almost sad to think about, that he just didn't make as many movies as I think I thought he had made, if that makes any sense,
Well, I think it's also like George had such, and I think that's another thing that has always drawn me to George, is he had such an interesting career, the way that he started and the way that he conducted himself throughout his career, and the way that he always stuck to his guns, and because I mean, it would have been really easy for him at one point to just go to Hollywood and just, just direct, just be a director, but George would have never been happy doing that. You can see what you can just see in the 90s. Like, he tried that. He tried to be that kind of director after Day of the Dead. And I don't think he was ever fulfilled doing that until he moved to Canada or started filming in Canada with Bruiser. And I think that kind of, reignited his spirit almost.
The Resident Evil stuff, as he wrote the script for that, and like Brandon made the documentary about the film that could have been.
Yeah.
But
which you're in, by the way.
Huh?
I said, which you're in, by the way.
Which I'm in, by the way. I don't like watching myself, so. But anyway, I mean, the thing, that was the only time I was ever edited in Fangoria. I wrote a piece. I wrote something like, I forgot what the article, but I wrote something like, and then and I'm just paraphrasing. I wrote something very derogatory about the studios. And then like Holly went full zombie when they picked this Paul Anderson person over George Romero to direct this. And the Fangoria editors completely removed that, because I guess they didn't want to make the studios look bad or something. Like, come on, guys. I published a book, just on Amazon, called Ring of Fear, which is a collection of all my Fangoria articles, Starlog, a newspaper. I collected everything. I've got it right here. Kind of a big thing. This is actually it was like a test copy I got, but I did, like here, like this is all, so it's all like all my Fangoria pieces and from going back, mostly, Japanese cinema and stuff. Here's like, if you know Mike, who did Audition and stuff.
Oh yeah.
But a lot of Godzilla stuff. But yeah, I have that article somewhere in here. Oh, here's one. This is on during the Grudge shooting. Me and Ted Raimi. Yeah, we're on the set. It's my first day on the set of the Grudge, and Ted's there, and I got introduced to Ted, and Ted's like, "Oh, you write for Fangoria for the Japanese stuff?" I'm like, "Yeah." He goes, "I'm an expert on Japanese horror. I know everything about Japanese." I'm like, "Really? How do you know that?" "I read Fangoria." I'm like, "Oh, I read all that stuff." He's like, "Really? Really?" So like 2 days later, I'm back on this set. Ted comes running up to me and he goes, "Norman, I have to apologize. I checked. You did write all that stuff." But unlike the other actors, I did interviews with everybody, and they were all like by the book type of interviews. But Ted's like, "Let's get together." Like, we went somewhere and we got coffee. It was like one of the worst interviews I ever did because it's like 3 hours long and it's just us fanboying out to movies. And we had the greatest talk. But as an interview, you know what I mean? For like information. Yeah. There was like maybe like 10 minutes of information relating. And I had to listen to this tape back to find out. I hate transcribing interviews. I had to listen back to get, when I did all the other actor interviews, even Sarah Michelle Gellar is like 10 minutes, but everything is like focused right in on the production. But
oh yeah.
Me and Ted, it was just like, we're talking about.
You didn't sit there and shoot the shit with Sarah Michelle Gellar for 3 hours?
Well, yeah, I know. No comment. But no, but that was what was kind of fun with Ted was like, we were like, and as you know, everybody knows, Ted, and they both come from, they're real fans, they're
oh yeah.
We just watched The Intruder the other night. If you've ever seen
The
Intruder.
Yeah.
It's we've seen it before, but I've shown it to my wife without Japanese subtitles, but now it's on streaming here. So we rewatched it 2 nights ago. And Ted and Sam, they're both in the film. It's such a weird movie,
Yeah.
It's fun. I love, that's the thing I like, we're talking about like 80s slasher movies, it was such a good time for not good movies, but great movies,
Mm-hmm.
And there's so many of them that when you finish watching them all, you just watch them again, because you don't remember anyway. You get, what was this one? Oh yeah, right. Well, screw it. You watch it again. That's why. A lot of. I liked Weapons. I like some of the new stuff. I mean, maybe this is the first year. I write also for a magazine called Ega Hiho here. This is Ega Hiho. And both me and my wife, we contribute to the top 10 and worst 3. I enjoy writing the worst 3 more than I do I can't be the top. The worst
Those are
10,
always more fun, yeah.
But I think I put weapons on, and I mean, I'm always struggling to fill out the. But the worst ones, man. What did I put? I put like Jurassic Park, the new one, which is awful.
Yeah,
and
I haven't seen a Jurassic Park since the 3rd one. So
no, I mean, and I put down I put down Tron Eris. It was painful. I love Tron. It was horrible.
I can probably
awful.
count
and
on one hand.
I mean, I love writing bad reviews.
Oh yeah, those are far more fun because you can be as honest. I mean, a good movie is just a good movie. I mean, how far can you really go?
Here I am. But but I put weapons as 3, and I actually put on the Bob Dylan movie Complete Unknown as number 2, and I actually really enjoyed that. And I put a movie called Miracle Mile. I don't know if you've ever seen that. It's from 1988, and it's this incredible film. I didn't even know about it, but it was kind of a studio movie. But it's about like this guy picks up a phone. It's ringing in a phone booth. It starts out as a romance movie, and then he's waiting for his date, and the phone is ringing outside of the diner, and he answers, and it's a guy. It's like, Dad, get out of LA now. The nuclear missiles are coming, and the guy dialed the wrong number, and he's picked it up. He's like, is this real? And it's actually turns out to be real. That the Soviets, whoever are retaliating, and it's just this completely weird ass fucking movie. Yeah, no, I saw it for, and my magazine here, they allow us to put any new movie we saw that year. But I was trying to put more like real new movies on.
Yeah.
But I put Kim's Video down too, which just came out in Japan last year, if you know.
I'll tell you, I don't know if you've ever seen it, but probably the best movie I saw last year, because I could probably count on one hand how many new movies that came out last year that I saw. But the best movie I saw last year is from '69, Peter Bogdanovich's Targets with Boris Karloff. Have you ever seen that?
Oh no, there's another one. Like, here's another thing: no one's seen everything. You should not shame people for not having seen a film.
Well, wait a minute. Didn't you just give me some shit for not seeing Contamination?
Well, okay. I mean, Ian McCulloch, you made 3 movies. You're
right. You're right too. But I'm just saying.
And Goblin Music, But
it's on the list.
There's another one. Thank you for reminding me. I need to see. I just watched, and another film I put on this list. I just watched one called Who Can Kill a Child, which is a Spanish film. Rolling Thunder is fantastic.
Yeah, I just saw that one for the first time about a month or so ago. That's a great one. Yeah.
Here's another one. It's a Spanish film, but it's about a British couple going to an island in Spain to for vacation. And there's like nobody on the island. What it is like the kids are sick of adult society, and they're just killing every adult that they come across.
Oh, yeah.
So it's mostly in English, even though it's a Spanish film. But I put it on my list this year because I just saw it, and I connected it to Weapons. If you've seen Weapons, because Weapons also has like kids killing adults, So I'm like,
especially that final scene in
adult genre. These are like my 2 best ones from last year. But I mean, boy, I didn't even know about this film, but it was pretty intense.
I've never seen it, but I've heard the name before. I've heard of it before, but I've never actually seen that one. So.
Yeah, it's got different titles, I think, but my favorite one is Who Can Kill a Child.
I think I remember seeing the DVD of that back in the day and thinking, like, what is this fucking movie about? Like, what kind of movie would be named this? Like, so I remember the name. I've never actually seen it. I'll check it out if I come across it.
Yeah. No, we were in Spain recently, and unfortunately, I didn't think about this when I moved to Japan. I can't get non-English language movies with English subtitles. So I'm like, if I go to watch a Spanish film, like we had watched a couple of years ago, all those, the series of the skeletons on horses.
Tombs of the Blind Dead.
Yeah, which are fantastic. But we watched them with a dub version with Japanese subtitles on them. And even unfortunately, like on our streaming here, this kind of pisses me off because on our Amazon, they have all these Lucio Fulci movies I've never seen, but they're all in Italian with Japanese subtitles. And I'm like, God damn it, the international versions are the English language dubs. Sure, like Paolo was here and he goes, you're wrong, Norman. It's the Italian version. I'm like, yeah, but they made these as the international version. Like, back in the 90s when I would rent, Italian horror movies in Japan, they all had the English dub because those were the ones that were made for the international market. So for whatever reason, I'm like, look at all these great Fulci movies. We've seen a bunch of them, but they're ones I haven't seen all his movies. And it's like, they're all in Italian. What the, I'm sure it was like a kind of rights issue, or
yeah,
whatever.
I wonder why that is. That's kind of weird.
But no, I mean, that's a kind of thing I hadn't anticipated, thinking about my wife's a big fan of Rec, and her favorite horror movies are Spanish horror films. And like when I'm in Spain, I'm like, we're talking, because my wife's a horror manga artist. So we're talking about horror films and they're like pulling all these Spanish films. I'm like, don't hate me. I can't watch these movies in Japan, even if I download them, I still, I have to get I have to find the subtitles. I have to burn the subtitles in, it's like a whole process.
Yeah.
So,
they don't really tell you that before you move there. It's like, heads up.
Yeah, no one told me that. I didn't a lot of things I didn't think about before moving here, but no, I mean,
well, I wanted to ask, what inspired you to? And I guess we can start wrapping up at some point. We're almost 4 hours in, but I'm having a blast. So grateful that you wanted to.
I mean, just like, I was playing with a band. My band broke up. I didn't really like. I was working at this audio rental company, and we were dealing with all the studios, which was fun. I'd go to the studios. I meet a lot of, big rock people and pop people from back in the day. It was the 80s. We were in the Brill building, and that was, like I was saying, every day there's celebrities, back in, I'm, for example, it just popped in my head. I'm like downstairs by the loading dock in that, from the Goonies, there are the two girls. There's the pretty girl and the not so pretty girl, and the pretty girl standing outside looking exactly like from the Goonies, talking to her mom going, do you think later on I can go play at Susie's house? I'm like, she's a freaking kid, like, I don't know what but the Brill building is like, it's a movie and a music building, and then we moved out of that Brill building. We went over to 12th Avenue. If you've ever seen Frankenhooker, have you seen Frankenhooker? That a lot of the scenes with the hookers.
Sorry, Larry, I still haven't seen it yet.
My office on that with all the hookers outside. That's where we were. Very dangerous area. Now it's like completely. We have the Intrepid over there. The aircraft carrier, the Intrepid. So it's cleaned up. It's act over there, but that was disappointing. And my company was going into corporate production stuff, and I'm like, I have no interest in that. So I'm like, I was getting interested in Japan, and I was like, I'm like 33 now. This is kind of like, I'm still young enough to make a major change with my life. So I quit my job and I moved to Japan. And no, it was a struggle, I mean,
because I gotta say, like, man, that's like a ballsy ball. For one, I mean, when you're really young, moving from New York to Vegas all the way across the country was a ballsy move. It's it's very noble or admirable or admirable that because a lot of people will just stay in one place and they're just afraid to branch out or really try new things. And I just always found that curious of just like, man, Norman's just like, fuck it, I'm moving to Japan. You know, like what? I was just always curious, like what inspired you to move? I didn't know if you'd met somebody over in Japan or.
Well, I became, there's a, I don't know if you know, there's a thing called the bubble economy in the 80s, when Japan was the world's second biggest economy after the US, and there was the fear of Japan becoming the biggest economy, and Japan taking over the banking industry, Japan taking over all this stuff. It was all this Japan hate going on from Japan bashing, as they called it, from the US government. Now that's all switched to China. So I mean, I don't take any of that
Yeah.
seriously, but all these like perceived, they were doing things like Panasonic bought the Rockefeller Center. Panasonic is a shadow of what it used to be, but they bought like all the buildings over there. In the newspaper that day, they showed two Japanese tourist girls like this, like this, like we're taking over, it was like complete propaganda, and there's still like World War II memory stuff going on, and blah, 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 blah. And, like, the Pearl Harbor people are rolling in their graves. I mean, all this was going on, but the bubble burst in the early 90s, because it was all like land values, overinflated land values, as they call it, the bubble economy. So I came in on the tail end of that. And it's very different today. Like in the 90s, the yen got to be like $1 was like 75 yen. Today it's $1 is 160 yen to the dollar. Wow. So, I mean, the yen is really devalued. And now it's kind of like complete switch around. Back then, Japan was the most expensive place to travel. And now I meet Americans who are like, oh, that's so cheap here. Like, boy, how time, we go, friends come by, we go out to get sushi, it's like all the sushi you can eat. It's like $10, $15 at the most. And they're like, I would be spending like $40.
Oh yeah, easily. I'm a big sushi guy. Yeah, if it's it ain't cheap here.
Well, if you come out here, I can tell you, quality places that'll just blow your mind by. I mean, for us, it's normal. Like even my wife the other night, what did I do? Oh, I got some sukiyaki, which is delicious, like a beef bowl thing, and it was like 1,500 yen, which would be like $10. And it was like the large portion with the meat on it. Like back home, this would be $10. And my wife's like, don't compare things to back home because we're in Japan. 100 yen is kind of like a little. It's sort of like a chain store type of place. That's kind of like upper scale for that kind of thing. But I was just like hungry, and
yeah.
So I want, but really, I have friends here, and they're like, But I mean, honestly, I'm really glad to be here. In the 90s and Clinton, everything was good in the US. And like, did I make a mistake coming out here? And, the bubble had burst and salaries were dropping and stuff. Now, given what's going on in the US, which is just, a shit show. And I mean, America is just sort of like, I don't even know where any of this is going to go. I mean, glad George isn't here to see this. I'm glad my parents aren't here to see what's going on. But I mean, we have our own issues going on. We're starting now. Also, anti-foreigner sentiment is growing here, which is not fun for me.
Well, isn't Japan like mostly Japanese? Like they don't have very many.
The issue, and the government's been warning this, is that we don't have enough children, or so they say.
Yeah. You guys have a.
Now they're bringing in a lot of like mainland Asian people to work at the 7-Elevens, to work at even like I had a recording thing the other day. I was in Shibuya, and by recording, I do like there's a thing called NHK, which is like the BBC of Japan. And they're a state-sponsored kind of channel, so they do a lot of documentary things. And they do a lot now only for foreign. So I translate the script into English, and then I have to go in when they're doing the narration recording, because maybe they're going to change some of the lines on the fly, or I have to check that the narrator themselves are saying the lines properly, like not screwing them up. So I was in Shibuya, which I hate. It's overrun with tourists. And the point, what's going on here now is like Japan has a population of 120 million. And last year we had 40 million tourists come to Japan. So it's like a third of the population just like dropped on us. And now the thing about, about foreigners is now they're working in visible jobs. So you go to the 7-Elevens and they're like, you go to McDonald's, they're all foreign people working, they're all mainland. So now Japanese people, these are jobs that were once considered like jobs you got when you were in high school, but now there aren't those people, those kids to fill those jobs anymore. So now they're at there's like this, suddenly there's this backlash inspired by what's going on in the US, because the US sets the standards for this type of thing.
So now, it sounds very similar to our situation.
Kind of, whether it's true or not, but it's starting to grow. Now the government is much more right wing right now. So they're trying to come up with guidelines because they know they also need these foreign workers to fill these positions that, the same way in the US. Oh, we don't want the Mexicans on the farms. Okay. Are you going to do that work? Hell no, you're not going to do that work. You know what I mean? So it's the same thing. Like the Japanese,
the companies aren't going to pay Americans to do that work the wage that it would cost, a legal wage to do that work. That's
what's going on here. I mean, I can't say I like it. I liked it in the 90s where I felt like I was living in Japan. I was like, I'm like, yeah, I'm not in the US. It's so foreign over here. And here's the thing. I don't mean to like be name dropping anytime. I sometimes get together with Tim Burton when he comes to Japan, and we totally nerd out, which is so much. I'll nerd out with anybody my age. I don't care who they are, as long as they get it, you know what I mean? And he's a guy who really gets it. So we just focus in on that. We're just like two dudes talking about Lost in Space or, Godzilla movies and stuff. But one of the things Tim said to me the last time he was here a couple of months ago was, because he lives in England, and he's like, I like being a foreigner. And I was like, that's it, I mean, I like being a foreigner. I mean, I just, I've always, maybe also this is connected to Romero. I always got this, like Romero's vision of society and Dawn of the Dead. I mean, I always kind of saw myself as an outsider. So even in my own culture, I kind of felt like an outsider. And this is like the ultimate outsider, country that I could live in. Also, I mean, I'm sure I could pick like more intense cultures than this, but Japan is also a very safe place. I'm not fearing for my life ever. I've never walked down the street on a dark alley and be like, oh my God, someone's going to jump out when I go back home. And I love going back home. When we were in San Francisco and LA over the summer, we had the greatest time. People are nice, even strangers are nice, so there's the outside view and the insider's view. And, when you're inside, but still, I mean, nobody carries guns. There is no open carry stuff. I mean, I don't know anybody with a gun. You're not even like, you can legally own a gun, but you have to keep it at the police department. It's like, hello, could you send my gun? Someone's like breaking into my apartment right now. And even you see these like porch pirate things like all the time in the US. Like I'm looking down, the guy on our first floor in our place, like all day, there's his Amazon box is just sitting there right by the door. Like anybody could just like walk in and 5 seconds, be off with it, but nobody touches stuff. I mean, there's like respect going on for other people's property. I mean, I've never had, I had one thing stolen once. It was in 2001. I put a bag on top of the train and someone pulled it off, and I had my camera. It was a week before this Godzilla movie started. I had to like borrow money to get a new camera. But in my 30 years, the only time I've ever had. And when I told Japanese friends, they were like, I bet it was a Chinese person. And I was like,
see, that sounds just like the States too. I was one of the Chinese.
It's in that case, I feel so much better. You know what I mean? But
don't blame us. It was
don't blame us. But I mean, in a kind of way, I mean, Japan, when you really look at it, I mean, they have crime, they're like, someone the other day, there was a story, someone had said they won the lottery and they had the winning lottery ticket. They told someone, and then the story got out to the friends. So these people came in, they killed the dude to get the lottery number, but it turned out he was just making up a story. He didn't have the winning lottery number.
Well, that sounds like something that'd go on. That sounds like something that would go on here, like on a daily basis.
But the important thing is, people don't have guns, which really, I'm telling you, it makes a difference. You know what I mean? Sure, you can kill someone with a pencil. I mean, we've all seen Evil Dead, like.
Yeah, everybody can give you a nice pencil to the ankle.
Still, you can run away from a pencil wielding maniac, So, I mean, I like that. I mean, when we went to Italy the first time, like that first, like getting to our hotel in Rome, and I don't know where I am, I'm looking on maps. It's got like danger zone, like right around the main train station in Rome. And like, we're like tourists wheeling luggage around. Like I'm only going down like bright streets, we had to walk for like 10 minutes to get to our hotel. But I mean, really, I tell people, you come out here, I mean, it's not 100% safe, but I'd say it's like 99.99999% chance you'll never have anything happen to you, and I like that about here. I see people, even now, I see like some woman put her bag on a table to save it at Starbucks. I mean, it's just like an unattended bag, I mean, I'm a little more careful than ever, but it's not like the US, even New York. You know what I'm talking about. I mean,
oh yeah,
and I like, it's always been a kind of, an open secret about Japan, but now it's getting out there with all these influencer people. Everyone's like demystifying Japan, and it's really turned into something that I never thought it would turn into. And it's highly disappointing. Like I said, like going to Shibuya the other day, it's just redesigned itself for tourists. Shinjuku's a lot like that. Really, it's like Shibuya, Harajuku. I had two things. Harajuku I was in for the recording, and then I was in Shibuya. I went to a preview screening for a horror movie I'm going to be subtitling next month, and that was in Shibuya. And I'm like completely aggravated. Like I used to love coming to these places like 20 years ago, because it was, it was just, and I don't want to sound like Japan for Japanese, because, and my wife is always like, what did I complain about? Like when I go to get my like visa renewal now, it's like a madhouse. It's like 5 times the amount of people that you used to find there. And I come back, she called me a racist because I was just aggravated. But I said, it was just like white people. I would have been in and out of there in 5 minutes. And she said, you're a racist, and those are human beings, and they're just people trying to live their life, and I'm like, I know you're right. I'm just annoyed, let me just have my little moment of being just for one, just to get it out of my system. And she's completely right. You know what I mean? Like,
it sounds a lot. I mean, we get a lot of that here in the States too. Like where I grew up in Kentucky, we were an hour from Nashville. And when I was in my early 20s, Nashville was still a fairly local area. Like you had your bars and stuff on Broadway, your bands would play. We used to play in Nashville quite a bit, and it's completely different now, because Nashville, like you mentioned, is like one of those cities in America that's like completely retailored itself for tourism. So it doesn't resemble the Nashville. Like last time I went to Nashville, I used to go to Nashville once a week. Like we'd travel down there and just hang out. We had friends down there. We'd play gigs down there. Last time I went there, it wasn't recognizable. I didn't know where I was. And I was just like, it's all for bachelorette parties. And, it's a completely different place now,
Yeah. I mean, I mean, tourism, like any city, it's like every city is like tourism is their main income source. I mean, one of the things, about George that I've really liked about his stuff is, I mean, he really, whether it's a dirty word or not, I mean, he really promoted socialism, his humanity, humans first. It was always, sympathetic towards, you know, something like Hungry Wives, Jack Wife, you know.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, that was a feminist movie. And, you know, he always had, you know, African Americans, you know, as lead actors and treating them, you know, not, it wasn't about the race type of thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like he was really
Well, I
like
think I mean, you can see he was all. It always felt like he was more sympathetic to the zombies in his film than he was the humans, because the zombies were the lower class. They were the
yeah. I mean, Dawn of the Dead. I mean, Night Riders. You know, I think Night Riders is in a way promoting a kind of socialistic community, you know,
yeah.
relationship going on. You know, that's based on trust and mutual respect. Um, you know, people united by an ideal. And that was very inspirational. And it was a thing that I think, you know, Japan in a way is kind of like that. You know, I mean, Japan, unfortunately, like after World War II, the US government was really afraid of the Soviet presence. You know, like the Soviets were like, other countries are flipping over to communism, which is different from socialism. I'm not into communism, but they were switching over. So they were very what they had done, because you know they destroyed the emperor system, and then they were trying to make like democracy come to Japan. You know, the U.S. government was coming, so they started to support the socialists in Japan. But then, because the socialists are about people, you know, power to the people, let the people decide, you know, what kind of government we're going to have, rather than it be this like kingdom set up. But then when they were like, oh my God, Japan's like right next to the Soviet Union, they could flip over to being on the side of Soviets. So they did this thing called reverse policy, and they just went and they crushed all the socialist, like around 47, 48, they completely crushed all the socialist movements in Japan, and even had a big thing at Toho Studios where the socialists took over Toho Studios, and the government had to, they sent in thousands of military officers, and the US was flying fighter jets over Toho Studios. You know, like it was like a big battle, and because they were trying to break all the unions, they're trying to break all these unions, and now it's like a shadow of its former self. But one of the good things about Japan is, like, when you go to City Hall and you talk to these people, they're always very sympathetic. Like I would go to do my taxes. I'm sorry I'm late. Oh, we're so sorry that the forms are so complicated. I mean, no, don't worry about it. I'm in the US. I pay a bill late in New York, and they're like, are you a fucking asshole? You know, these are the people, you know what I mean? I mean, people here, there's a much kind, whether it's true or not, you know what I mean? But on the surface, people are much more sympathetic and much kinder. It's very relaxing. Is very different from back in the US. And it's a thing that I like. The things I miss about you, I'm sorry, this talk's going in a completely different direction, but just to say, like, I like, you know, Americans are very passionate about things. So when I'm back home, you know, I go to events and I talk to people, and they're like, wow, 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 wow. They're very interactive with each other. And Japanese are very shy, and it's very hard to get a lot of people to really open up. So on the one hand, like if I go like to a cafe in New York and someone's reading a book next to me that I love, I can strike up a conversation, and they'll be totally into it, and we'll like blab like best friends. You know, that does not happen in Japan. You don't disturb the person next to you. And if you do, you're like, is this guy a maniac? Is this guy weird? You know, like, why are you talking
You start raising questions. You're like, what does this guy want from me?
That's the thing, you know, like any place has its good points and bad points. But I mean, that's, you know, Japan is like, you know, it's a good place. And I hope to spend the rest of my life here. And I don't want to go back to the US right now. I mean, it's like, I mean, you know, it's just whatever, I'm sorry, you know, like whatever side you're on, and I don't assume, but I mean, really, it's just not, it's not healthy. It's not a healthy environment. I'm kind of sad George isn't around, because I think he could really make something out of it. You know, that could kind of like.
Oh yeah, George would be having a field day. Which, I mean, you know, he was always kind of ahead of the curve on that anyway. I mean, you look at like Survival of the Dead and what he was saying with tribalism and all that, and it's
Yeah,
more about who's right, who's wrong, and it's like, you know, neighbors fighting neighbors over
nonsense.
stuff that really doesn't matter at the end of the day. And, you know, like we were talking about with Diary earlier, like George's always kind of had his finger on the pulse of what was going on.
That was the thing that I like, and that's what I think what we look to with artists. Like that was the thing about the Bob Dylan movie, A Complete Unknown, that it really reminded. It was like, you know, back then the Vietnam War was going on. You know, I was a kid during that time, and it was like people had these feelings and they didn't know how to articulate these feelings. And you look to artists like Bob Dylan and they could articulate it. That's what I loved about the film. Like people are hearing these songs for the first time and they're like, the guy put into words what I felt, but I haven't been, you know, we used to have music like that. You know what I mean? I felt the same thing. Like when I saw Dawn the first day, it's still hard for me to articulate, but Dawn said what I'd felt. Movies like Dawn of the Dead, Planet of the Apes, you know, I'm wearing a Planet of the Apes shirt right here.
Yeah, Larry pointed that out in the chat earlier. He loved that shirt.
Yeah, Larry's another Planet of the Apes guy, but I mean that first Planet of the Apes, like I was 9 when I saw that, 1968, and it was like it told me things I was already suspecting as a kid, you know, about like people are no damn good, you know, like, you know, we cause our own self-destruction, you know, and that's one of the reasons I loathe the new Planet of the Apes, is because the first one, everybody in the audience was responsible. And then in the new one, it was just some dude trying to make a cure for Alzheimer's disease for his dad who's sick, and it like makes the monkeys smart and it gets out of hand. So the audience is completely let off the hook, because modern films, they don't want to make the audience feel bad. You know, back then the audience could take it back then. They could take criticism from cinema. They, you know, you watch these depressing endings for movies. Like if you see like 3 Days of the Condor and the ending, like, I mean, there are these like bleak endings, you know, like, oh, it's so great. You know, I love watching them because those are the things that, you know, make you make a decision. You know, where do I stand on this issue? You know, and when they're all these sugar coated at the ending, everything's like great at the ending. You walk out of the theater, sure, you feel good, but it hasn't affected you in any way. You know, it hasn't made you either stand for what you believe in or question it to, you know, adjust your thinking. And that's what was so wonderful about that period between '68 and Star Wars, which unfortunately fucked everything up as much as I like Star Wars. But, you know, that period right then, Hollywood was like, you know, give us these movies. And the audience themselves were like, show us these movies, you know. And now that's what I'm like, oh, my God, you know, I realized I didn't so much realize.
That kind of played a role. Wasn't that what kind of played a role in George changing the ending in Dawn? Was the Italians saying like, because Star Wars opened in Italy, and
there's a lot of stories about that. I mean, I don't know. I like the ending of Dawn because I think it's like the best of both worlds. I don't think, I mean, sure, if they had all killed themselves, it would have been more in line with Night of the Living Dead, but it still isn't like a happy ending. I mean, my imagination of that is like Peter and Fran were like dead within 2 weeks after that. I mean, where are they going to go?
Yeah,
you know,
what are they going to do? You know,
I mean, they just dodged a bullet. You know what I mean? And so, so it kind of ends on this.
It feels like a happy ending, but it's really not. You know, they're not going far, and you know, the time's ticking. But you know, they're not going out. You know.
So, I mean, yeah, it really, yeah. So I mean, I like that they went with this ending. I mean, we don't know, you know. But no, I like it. I mean, I like how Peter was right on the edge right there. I don't want to go. I really don't, you know, and he's there, you know, with this shaking of this thing. And it's a little cornball, you know, whatever.
I always mention that, yeah.
And I love when he punches the guy and you hear his head hit the wall. You know, they got the thump right there.
Yeah.
I love it so much, you know, but no, I mean, I think that I think this ending was the right choice, and whether it was really the Italians pushing it, are not. And again, I mean, it probably was, yeah. I mean, it was still, you know, Dawn, even though it came out in 79, you know, it's still an 80s movie. You know, it's
Oh
more,
yeah.
it's
To me,
more like,
Dawn is like the beginning of 80s horror, because by the time you get to like 85, like we were talking about, you had Return of the Living Dead and Reanimator, and horror was more, it was more about fun. Like everybody was trying to do Dawn of the Dead throughout the 80s. You know, of course you had the slashers at the beginning, which was also born of Dawn of the Dead and the work that Savini did on that. And of course Savini would go on and do all the slashers and stuff. But by the time 85 rolled around, horror was kind of fun, you know, and that's, I think that's why people kind of, Day of the Dead kind of stood on its own during that time period, because everything else that was coming out around it had an aura of fun to it.
yeah,
And that's
yeah,
kind of what, you know, I think that started with Dawn of the Dead, because before Dawn of the Dead, you didn't really have a lot of fun horror movies, you know?
yeah. You know, I mean, that was maybe with Day. I remember the receptionist at my office in 85, she had gone to see, I mean, she was just like a big hair, Long Island, you know, girl, and mall hair, you know, totally like 80s. And she had gone to see Return of the Living Dead. Oh, it was so much fun. And I love Return of the Living Dead, you know. But I mean, it was really, she would not go to see Day of the Dead, and she would not walk out like, I had the greatest time, you
Yeah.
know. I mean, the
But
audience, like,
again,
yeah,
it's like I said, I think Day of the Dead has grown in popularity so much. Like I hear all the time people saying like Day of the Dead is their favorite of George's films.
yeah, yeah.
And I think it's, again, like we were talking about, George was just a little bit ahead of his time. Like
Well, I'm gonna
85, they
complain. I got to complain about Stranger Things season 3, episode 1, where they all went to see Day of the Dead. I mean, I gave up on Stranger Things after the first season for crimes against plot movement. It was like, you know, like all these US shows, they should be like 3 episodes, except they stretch it out to 8 or 9, you know. But I'm going to tell you, as a guy that was there, and I saw Day of the Dead umpteen times in the theater, it wasn't like people cheering, you know, that's like revisionist, you know.
yeah.
They weren't letting kids in to see the movie, you know. I mean, it was like completely wrong. It's the description of a depiction of Day in the theater, 100% inaccurate. So yeah, yeah, no, I gave up. I mean, a lot of these things are like, I'm also kind of like, a lot of the fans here, like Matt and other people, you know, they were all like say kids in the 80s, and they have this big like they love Blockbuster, and you know, there's this big like, oh my God, Blockbuster is so awesome and stuff. It's like, I was an adult through that. I was already in my 20s and stuff. And man, I hate video rental stores with a passion, because it was like, you have to pay, especially the early days, membership fees, like $50, $100 a year just to get a card. And rentals were expensive. And then you get like the 1-day rentals, the 3-day rentals, the late fees. You know, I was at one place, I rented a movie the day before Thanksgiving. It was a 1-day rental. And then Thanksgiving was the next day. They were closed. I brought it back the next day. They're like, it's a day late. I'm like, you were closed yesterday. It's a day late. Pay or your membership is canceled. Like, and then when I see these people like glorifying blockbusters, I'm like, yeah, you were all kids, and your parents were the ones that were doing
Yeah, right. Yeah.
you know. It's like, you didn't know the arrogancy of, you know, what it was like, you know, when they had a monopoly on the market, you know, and
Yeah.
they squandered it, and then now they're all gone, you know. Not
See, I miss like by the time I was old enough to rent movies and stuff on my own, it was like right at the tail end of like the last surviving mom and pop shops that we had in our town. And they always had like, you know, rent 5 movies for 5 days for $5. And I would
yeah,
just go and just get all these movies and just go through them, and you know, and so that's my memory of the but I don't know how it was
no,
back.
there were all these. I mean, it was the only place that I really liked was like that movie that came out, Kim's Video. Kim's was a very influential video rental store. It was the first rental store that started to divide by directors, divide by nations. The people that worked there were like movie buffs and they knew movies. Their first store that would do like staff recommendation. And they started out as a laundromat right across the street from where I lived. It was like Kim's Laundry and video. And then the video became the big thing. And it became, like this huge, one of the last big, I still have stuff back. I was in New York in 2001 at a guest at a Godzilla convention. And I finally got to go what was then the flagship, because I was on the Lower East Side and Kim's was right next to the Pyramid Club. My band used to play at the Pyramid a lot. I have a photo of it. It's like Kim's Laundry and video, but it turned into like, it was a big thing, and it's still very influential today. And this Kim's Video movie was a big hit in Japan. I still have my membership card. It's actually very interesting. It's an interesting film, but I mean, I like that place because the people were very passionate. Like when I was in the store, I was going through, because I couldn't rent anymore because I'm living in Japan, but I'm going through used DVDs, and I'm like, oh my God, here's a used DVD of The 4D Man. I don't know if you know the movie, The 4D Man. It's like a 1958, 59 movie. And it's made by the guy who directed The Blob. It's his follow-up to The Blob. It's about a guy who can walk through walls, like the fourth dimension. And I love the movie, but I bring it up to the counter and the guy's like, 4D Man with its inappropriate jazz soundtrack. Because it's got this real like jazzy thing going on, which is so weird about the movie. It's kind of like a sci-fi horror movie because it becomes like a Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde. He has to like touch people and absorb their life essence, otherwise he gets old, to keep himself young. So he's like murdering people around. But anyway, I mean, like they get it. So when you talk to the people, it's not like when you go to these stores, like, I don't know, man.
Yeah, it's just like a summer job for him, like it was like anybody you met at Block. Although there was a guy at our local Blockbuster who was like hardcore, like that was his life, was being the manager at Blockbuster, and he was there all the time, loved his job.
Fair enough.
Yeah, but other than that, it was like mostly like kids in their summer job that were just like, have never seen any of these movies and couldn't care less about it. They're just there to rewind tapes and all this other shit. But yeah, but man, I'm gonna let you get out of here. We're over 4 hours. This has been great, man.
My wife's gonna like yell at me.
Yeah, you got a deadline coming up by the end of the weekend, sir.
I'm playing hooky right now. I'm trying to avoid work. I've got a movie that's due tomorrow morning. They want it by 10 a.m. And I've got like 700 more lines to like. This is like the updating stuff. And like I had told you before I came on, it was like they send me the first edit 2 hours and 50. And I usually get movies that are 100% done. Very rarely I get one where they're still in the editing process, but they need it with subtitles quickly for a film festival. Okay, so they give me this edit. It's 2 hours and 15 minutes. Now they sent me a new version, which is 2 hours long. And the company has like adjusted lines and stuff, but there's still like, suddenly there's new dialogue in the thing. And I have to like, compress dialogue because then I can watch it. Now I've got it with like subs in. That was too long. How can I shorten it? So I'm just going to plow through it today. And I've got another film for the same company. Originally, the deadline was Friday, and they wrote me, can you give it to us earlier? I'm like,
sure. I got nothing else to do. Why not?
So this month is kind of, but I canceled before. I didn't want to cancel a second time, on you. So, and I appreciate you having me on. Listening.
No, man, it's my pleasure.
4 hours and stuff. So I thought we were going to be on it for like an hour or something, but
that seems to happen on this channel. I'll get like Larry on, or I'll get John Vulo on, and before you know it, like 4 hours has flown by, and I'm like I said, I can talk about this stuff. I do on a weekly basis. I come on here and I do like 3 hour live streams where I just talk about Romero and I that's what I live for, sir. So to have you on, it's been an honor and a pleasure.
Thank you for having me on. I mean, it's as you can see, as Larry pointed out, I still like 50 years on, and I'm still like really, enthusiastic. I mean, my relationships changed. I don't think I've seen Dawn in a couple of years. I keep on saying, you got to watch it again. What are you nuts? you know. But
That's
just
the thing about it, though. It's like
I
even
work
if you
so
don't watch it for a while, it's still in your soul. It's still a
no, I
part of
think
you.
when I did that 2019 book, because I frame capped every shot from Dawn, I analyzed every frame of Dawn of the Dead, you know, because I wanted to like. So I was really kind of, I don't want to say I burnt out on it, but I kind of like, and that was
Yeah.
always like back in the day, like I had this dream, like I'm gonna get rich and I'm gonna have a room and I'm gonna have one shot from every frame on my wall, so I could just sit in my room and just look through the entire, you know what I mean, all around me, the entire movie from start to finish. Like these are the nutty thoughts that you think of when you're just like obsessed and you don't have access to these things, you know.
Yeah.
Until the VHS came out, you know, we were really just, it was like you're in the theater, like, hey, I got to go to the toilet, but I don't want to miss the scene, you know, because you don't know when you're going to see it again.
Yeah.
But anyway, I mean, Michael, you know, thanks for having me on, and you know, it's great to meet you and
Yeah,
meet
man.
somebody else that's like enthusiastic and about this and keeping the so-called legacy going, and you know, the kind words you had about the zombie farm, you know, I
Well, I think
appreciate
I'm not
that.
the only one, man. There was a very lively chat in here tonight. Quite a few people that I think you're gonna be selling a few things. I think people are gonna be hitting you up for some of your stuff. I think you
No,
really
it's
sold
fine.
some.
Like I said, I still have some of these calendars like left over. I've got like 10 of these calendars. I only made like 60. I ordered 50 and they sent me 10 extra. Yay. I don't know. So,
Well, I know
and
when I dropped
I
that
mean,
video earlier this week, I had people commenting asking if you still had them for sale. So that they'll be happy to
even
hear
though
that.
I'll get 2027. I'll do it one more year and I'll get that out a little earlier, like ready in November. You know, this is sort of like I'll tell you, it's like every year, it's like January. It's like, shit, I should have made a calendar. It's always January, I think of it. This year, for the first time, it was like the end of November. I was like, oh, fuck, I should make a calendar. So I got in, you know, like, you know, right away. You know, I got in early enough that I could like get it. Yeah, it was before we went to Italy, so I guess in the middle of November.
Larry needs a calendar, so there you go.
Yeah, well, that's for next year because that's Larry, right.
Yeah,
Larry. But no, I mean, and also like I just wanted to say, like with a calendar, I don't have any complaint. I always make a mistake when I do printing, but this year, this one is my first time almost without an error, but my one error was I got the lettering, like got caught in the dot, the hole right there. So that was my only.
Oh, and I didn't even notice it. Look at that.
Yeah, that was my only. Oh, okay.
Free parking.
I didn't think about the hole, but I'm very happy. Like I was trying to get like a 70s feel going on with the colors around the thing, and I think I worked hard to edit the photos because some of them have a lot of noise because it's like, I mean, it was like a point and shoot, you know, and it was one of these old cameras where it was like person, you know, mountain, like the focal point.
Yeah.
We're talking like 1983 here, you know, and someone had mentioned on that here's another thing I'm working at, and I'm going to have a meeting about getting the ball rolling because I've already scanned all my mall photos, but I'm planning on putting out a very high quality photo book of all my photos from the mall, all my photos from even the ones like my brother. I'm going to show you something. I don't know how many people, but nobody has seen this photo because I've never put it online. And I'm going to show you I think I've got it right here. Yeah, actually, like if you look at photos, like I set up like here, look at this. I strung these together. Can you see that? Like,
yeah.
It's just like it was in the film. Like I strung
the
photos like that. You know, I mean, but all these I'm gonna put up. These are the ones my friend Paul took in before I went to the mall. Like I had these 4 photos, if you can see.
Yeah.
And it was just like, oh my God, he's been to promised land, you know. But I want to see if I've got this one right here, I think. These are ones my brother took. Yeah, these are like, also, this is my brother. I think my brother was the first one to slide down here. I mean,
Oh wow,
and this
really?
is like, and this is like before I went. So this is like 82, 81, 82. I think it was 82 because I went at the beginning of 83. Yeah, here are other ones my brother took. And here's my brother acting like a zombie up the escalator there.
Hey, he may have been the first fan to actually do that. Now everybody does that.
Here he is, in by that thing being a zombie over here. My brother was probably the first one, to do this. No, but I don't see it right here. But my brother went up to, because he actually had like this girlfriend and she lived in the area. So he stayed with her one summer and they're like, let's go to the mall. Okay. Oh my God, it's the Dawn of the Dead mall. What the hell?
Yeah, what are the odds? Wow.
And then they were up close to Evans City. So he has, and I'm going to put it in this book. I've never shared this photo online, but he took a photo of the grave thing when the tree was still there.
Huh.
You know what I'm talking about? There's like, when you look in the film, there's like this big tree and it was blown down in a big storm in the 90s. That's kind of like a thing. Yeah. So my brother actually took one photo, how we were back then, like I said earlier, and it's got like the tree on the side. So that's going to be like debuted in this book as like a special photo. I've never seen any other photo because who's going into graveyards to take photos like that?
Yeah.
So that one, my brother gave me that. I've scanned. I've got this book laid out. I write a lot of things like my Godzilla book, like the upcoming Resident Evil book, where I write about my experiences. That's kind of like a thing I like to do. So this one, I have a very detailed telling of, and I've already written it, going into the mall the first time. How did I find the mall? What was the mindset going there, going to the mall, walking into the mall, my first time walking through the mall, little incidents that happen, like I had said earlier about the talking to the mall manager and, being with my girlfriend. I had a very weird encounter with the arm pressure machine.
Is that still there?
Well, it was there back then, so it almost literally, wow. It's in my book. It almost literally ripped my frigging arm off.
So they weren't playing then. That was an actual effect. Tony Boob actually lost his arm.
Now I have to tell the frigging story. So I'm like, oh my God, it's the arm thing. I'm like, do it. So my girlfriend's there. She's taking photos, and I got my arm in this thing. Hell yeah, So it pumps up like, and the pressure is like unbelievable. There's an emergency release thing, and I'm like, I'm gonna do it. And then I can take it. This is Dawn of the Dead. I can take it. And then finally, the air goes out. I'm like, oh, thank God. And then it starts up again. Like this thing, it's whatever reason, it's not catching on. It's blowing up. I'm like, I'm dying here. I'm eyeing this emergency release thing, but I'm like, okay, no, Dawn of the Dead, you can take it. Finally, it releases the air. And she's there like, are you okay? I'm like, I don't know. And it goes through the whole process again. 2 more times, 4 times, almost rips my arm. Then finally it's like done. And I'm waiting for my blood pressure to come up. You know what it comes up as? And I swear to God, 000 over 000. I'm like, and my girlfriend Jody is like, this is too weird. No, and I mean, today I would be like out with my phone, taking photos of the thing. I mean, I wish I'd gotten I have like shots of me sitting in the thing, but so I have, these little stories like this, just walking
that's amazing.
and like connecting to Dawn of the Dead. I think it's a good telling. And again, it's like me trying to share this experience that I feel is kind of, for better or for worse, now unique to, Romero fandom, in a way. So I hope to having a meeting next month about getting the ball rolling on that, because I'm going to get like a real editor on that to do better layouts than my crappy layouts. So I'm hoping I might do a Kickstarter to do that, or there's a film director that I know who said he'd like to put money into getting it. So I mean, even if I could do high quality paper, you know, and maybe even do it hardback or something like that, you know, that really just to preserve these. And I've scanned these like edge to edge on the scans, so you can actually see the edge of the negative. So it's like 100% of all these photos, you
That's
know.
awesome.
And like I said, I think I'm like, I mean, I can't say for sure because I don't know everybody out there, but I think I was like the first person that went to the mall and took photos from a fan's point of view. You know,
You're
that,
the first that I know of. Like
yeah.
that's yeah. So I think you're the earliest that I know of, unless somebody did and they didn't take a lot of pictures and really document it or really put it out there. But yeah, I think you're the OG, as
Well,
Larry's saying here. Norman is the original super fan. You gotta respect him, and we certainly do.
I don't know if I'm proud of that, but I mean, it's something that's been
Well,
important to me.
well,
But in any case, I want to
as
do that.
George did, as the work that you've done, and just being so passionate and such a fan of his stuff has really inspired another generation of people like myself and, you know, Matt Landrum, Paul Farver, John Vulo. It's really like sparked our passion and stuff to keep George's legacy going far beyond, you know, I mean, these movies are 40, 50 years old now. I mean, like, if we don't keep them going, like nobody will, you know, especially if Rubenstein's not going to allow anybody to put them out here in the States. But, you know, um, so yeah, I mean, it's in the same way that George inspired you and kind of started you on your path through his work. Like your work has inspired people like me and put me on my path, and in doing a YouTube channel or whatever my little contributions are to it, I've met some of the greatest people I've ever known and some of my closest best friends from all over the world now that I talk to on a daily basis through this stuff. So it's like it's a continuing timeline that you're a very important part of, and it's like I said, it's a real honor that you came on and talked with me for 4.5 hours tonight. So
Yeah, well, I got to get to work, and I have to explain myself to my better half. So.
She'll
But
understand.
the good thing about my wife is that she loves horror movies, and she's also very involved with the Romero stuff that we do here, you know, and she's met Suzanne, and she's been out there, and, you know, to the mall and stuff, and she'll be back when we go again, you know, she'll be back with us and stuff. So anyway, no, there's always more to talk about. So maybe, you know, maybe also when I get my Biohazard Resident Evil book done, maybe I can come back on and plug it. And
absolutely, anytime, man, anytime.
I'm going to do that. I'm going to do that through like on-demand printing, like Amazon and some other ones, because, you know, like, you know, I'm going to have a lot of photos in that. You know, there is the possibility that Capcom could come out and complain about it. I would fight it, but I don't want to put a publisher in that position,
right?
If you know what I mean. And I don't think they're going to be like, you know, these aren't huge sellers or anything like that. You know, you're not going to find them at Walden's, you know, bookstore with a machete zombie in front of the Walden bookstore,
right there in the display window.
Yeah, that might be fun to be able to plug that later on, because I'm trying to get that thing out over the next couple of months. You know, it's okay. Getting there, and the final run through for the text and the photos are pretty much laid in and stuff. And I'm just trying to, like I said, trying to see if Mad George, Screaming Mad George, will do an intro if he remembers anything of significance about the job, you know. And Jason, who was his assistant, owes me an opening for that, you know, because that's where, you know, I met Jason there, and Jason was his like right-hand man for a long time, you know, throughout the 90s and stuff. So he was, you know, he was there like every time I was with George, you know, Jason was standing right next to him. He was a nice guy, interesting guy, sweet guy. He's still around.
Oh yeah, I see him. He's always at Living Dead Weekend. I've talked to him once, but yeah, you see him around. He's usually always at Living Dead Weekend. So
right. No, I mean he was the guy. Him and George, you know, I could tell they had a good friendship going on. You know, there was a real strong trust going on there. So that's why I asked him to write something that, to get his perspective on the thing. So, but in any case, yeah, maybe when I get that out, and stuff, I'm going to try to jump in next week if I can do some work that doesn't require me to look at, like when I edit photos or something like that, I can listen to stuff. But if I'm doing subtitling, focus in on that. So I'm going to try to pop in next week when you have Matt on the collecting Dawn of the Dead stuff. That sounds really
sweet.
Cool.
Well, yeah. You're more than welcome. Like I said, just let me know, man. Anytime you want to come back, you're always more than welcome, my man. So,
okay, cool.
And like I said, if you happen to be in Indianapolis, let me know.
You'll know far in advance. I mean, I think they're going to announce it soon enough. Well, I think we're just waiting to find out about Shimizu, the director, whether he can or can't come. Because already, Takako's, committed to it, and I have to go with her. Both me and my wife, we have to do translating and what they call attending. We have to attend to her. And she's really good. I mean, she's really good with the fans. We've did 2 shows, Chicago, Atlanta, and she's good with the fans. And we had a great time. And I've known Takako since the Grudge movies, and she was an actress in my first film too. So I mean, we have a long history. So we have a very sweet, very, very, very attractive woman. She's in her 50s now. She's still beautiful.
Yeah, my buddy.
I think I'm not supposed to say stuff like that these days, but
it's a compliment. My buddy John Grande of Grande's Graveyard, he actually traveled to Chicago. He's from New York. He traveled to Chicago to meet her, and you were there with her. And I didn't catch him beforehand. I didn't see. I think I saw you post a picture of you and her at the convention, and I knew that Grande was going there to meet her. And I messaged, because Grande's Dawn of the Dead's his favorite movie of all time too. He's a huge fan, and I messaged him after. I was like, that guy she was with? That's Norman England. He's like one of the real OG Romero fans. Like that dude's the man. And Grande's like, oh, I wish I would have known. I would have talked to him about Dawn of the Dead. I was like, yeah, I wish I would have known too. I've given you the heads up. But yeah, so yeah, just let me know, man. Okay.
I think it's July or something like that. But I mean, I think right now we're committed to going to that. So
sweet.
It'll be good to meet you in person.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, anyway, I'm going to run. Thank you again. And
thank you.
Yeah. Okay.
All right, guys. Thanks everybody in the chat. You guys are awesome. I'll be back next week collecting the dead with Matt Blasey. And until then, you guys know how it goes. Stay safe, stay prepared, and always stay scared.